好的，欢迎来到我们的赛前采访，我是主持人小鱼。在赛前，我们请到了 LG 的少爷选手，先打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 LG 的 AD 少爷。
两支队伍在第一次交手的时候啊，其实都是3局拉满的嘛。这个赛段感觉还是有一些比赛比较可惜，还是有机会能够拿下胜利的。今天有信心完成复仇吗？
我们今天当然有信心完成复仇。
其实也是一场背靠背的比赛，当然非常需要的一场胜利，至关重要的一场比赛。所以大家赛前的状态拉得如何呢？
感觉今天大家状态都还挺好的。
那我们赛场见喽。好的，在赛前我们请到了 OMG 的 Harry 选手，先打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 OMG 上的 Harry。
本场比赛也是关系到两队能否出现的一个关键节点嘛，所以大家今天是以怎样的心态来迎接他的呢？
我们当然是抱着必胜的心态去打这场比赛了，而且我们也有信心。
在首战当中啊，其实 Harry 就已经用兰博在上路完成了单杀嘛，也为队伍打开了突破点。作为上单，你觉得今天的关键点可能重心放在哪儿呢？
我觉得现在作为上单上路的碰撞，没有团队的协作更重要。我上场比赛团队协作我觉得做得很好，然后希望今天的比赛能继续延续吧。
好，那我们比赛加油。
看2026英雄联盟职业联赛第一赛段，您可以通过英雄联盟客户端、掌上英雄联盟及英雄联盟赛事官网 LPL.QQ.com、虎牙直播、哔哩哔哩直播、腾讯视频、腾讯体育、新浪微博、微信视频号进行收看。电视机前的召唤师可以通过百视通平台收看全程赛事。上京东搜“京东电竞直播”，赢千元耳机和游戏手办。穿李宁日进斗金系列，祝你峡谷稳赢，马年旺到飞起！开一局吗？开就开！感谢提供全场保护的杜蕾斯，今晚持久战力开一局。Sky Motor 手机电动，快人一步，稳赢一路。TCL 全屋智慧家电，峡谷英雄敢为不凡。2026 LPL 官方指定家电产品，更受电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，醒神好喝，当然站吧！傲风 G7 LPL 官方指定电竞椅，想赢做傲风。
让我们有请 LGD Gaming。Oh my god！ 欢迎来到苏州高铁新城羊城国际电竞馆 LPL 第一赛段组内赛第4周第1日的比赛 ，LGD 对阵 OMG 即将开始 ，LPL 5位竞巅峰。
Hello, folks. That was a lot harder work than it needed to be. Hello. Can we hear everything? Can you hear me? Hello, hello, hello. That was harder work than it needed to be. Audio interface issues resolved. Microphone sorted. I'm so loud. Ah, that might be it. We're only in yellow here. I think it might be my standard audio is a bit lower than usual. So that is probably a bit more like it. Oh, no. Who are you? Not like this. Interact with that. Go away. That took a little bit of doing, but we are all sorted. Good grief. Good grief, folks. It is indeed Samuel, otherwise known as Initialise, sorting us out today. Let me move some things around so we can see what's going on. We are on a remote setup. Alex taking the day off after sorting me out for a while. So it'll be me you're dealing with today, for better or worse. Turn the camera on. I do apologize. It'll be a little bit dull in here. I'm in a recording studio. So slightly different setup for whatever reason. Can we mess with the settings on this? We can. There we go. Look at that. No, wrong thing. Well, we'll mess with this as we go. Go that way. That can go that way a bit. That can go this way. Look at that. All professional like. Right, well, first game of LGD versus OMG, right the way down at the bottom of the table in Group Nirvana, trying to sort things out. Rise gets his way on through. Fourth, second pick here for LGD. The Shin's out first, a little unusual, but Rayo will be picking that one up. Jax, Varus, Nico off the table, means the Rumble was up. Means as it stands, the Malphite is up as well if someone wants to pick it up, but it doesn't look like that's the case right now. Hang debating. Instead, the Wukong. LPL with DJ Sam today. Indeed it is. Indeed it is. Alex, as I said, will be taking the day off. I'll be sorting you out instead. Let me know how audio is. Let me know how volume for stream versus me is. All those kinds of things. We are on a remote setup here. I think everything's fine. We're not dropping any frames. Also, chat's going to be a little bit harder for me to watch than usual. Basically because I've only got the one screen to work with. So I'll be doing my best to get things through tablets and stuff so I can see what's going on. But I do apologize to YouTube chat. You may be a little bit harder for me to get a hold of, specifically Onivia. Twitch, you get to be the real ones today. And I do apologize for that, but I'll do my very best to check in between games and stuff to make sure everything's all right over in various different chats. Got to go from there. I need to add in... this is the thing we need. Ha ha ha. Fantastic news. Oh, who are you? Bit of a stutter? Fine. For you. Back. Ew, LPL. Yeah, Duo, that's exactly what it is. Congrats on the 25 stream streak, by the by. And to you, Corey. And to you, Solo. And thank you for the follow, Uju. Appreciate you all for coming on in here. No, I want you to go over here, Twitch activity feed. Why have you gone over there? Anyway, Gwen getting locked in so early was not what I was expecting. I'm not going to lie to you. But there we go. It's in nice and early. I know it is something that Sassy does love to play. It's been seen in the jungle a bit recently with some of those changes that have come on through. I don't know how successful it's been at its thing, but there we go. Not really made its way to pro as yet. On the other side, of course, the Ambessa and the Azir. Haichao loves that Azir where and when it's possible. We've lost, of course, the Ziggs and the Nami in this second phase. Ziggs been a bit of a pick into the Azir in particular. From bot lane, you can use it as well. It can be quite frustrating. Karma away. Alongside that Nautilus double support picks away from YCX, who does like a Karma every now and then, it has to be said. Shoya had an unfortunate showing yesterday. Managed to get the Draven over the line eventually, one of those days. But largely, actually wasn't the Draven, it was the Game 2 versus 1xN and missing, where it was a little bit better, where they were a bit shy on damage with the Varus. But after that, got a bit dicey. What's the 2026 Pelc roster? Well, for another day. We've been wondering about the Draven. We saw them try and make this work the other day to mix success. But Shaya has always been a Draven player. We've been wondering about whether we'd see more kill lanes like the Draven, like the Callista. They have started to crop up a little bit more. But there's the Yunara and the Braum to try and mitigate Draven's early power. And that became the issue against 1xN and missing, as they were the ones with the Yunara, and you just didn't have the DPS check. It was kind of wild. See what they can make it work a bit easier this time. Pantheon would be a very aggressive support choice. I doubt it gets locked in this freely. They've already got the Wukong. Into Braum as well. Renata makes a lot more sense to me. Braum hates it. The Yunara, the Ambessa, the Shin's out, all at risk of it as well. If the Azir, for whatever reason, gets caught by a lot of people who don't like autoing their own allies. In fact, there's 4. Even the Braum passive, that's 5 people who hate autoing their own allies. So theoretically, quite potent. A little bit more limited on the engage front there from LGD. You know, you've got the Wukong, obviously. You've got the Rune Prison. But the rest of it's a little bit more unwieldy. It's not a flash. It's not a flash Alistair combo or whatever. OMG. Bit more heavy on the dive. The Ambessa, the Shin's out. Thank you very much. Oh, look at that. My dad bringing me a coffee. Say hello to stream, dads. There you go. How you doing? Thank you for helping me sort it out. Turns out plugging it in again solved the problem. So that was the break point. I made it significantly more complicated than me. Appreciate your assistance. Our studio tech for the day went out to have a look at some of the audio connections for me. It was very nice of him. Got it all sorted. But there we go. Looking to get ready to get into game. I'll turn my camera off. We'll get ready for the gyros and continue from there, shall we? Bye. Boop, 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 boop. As you may have noticed, guys, we do indeed have a new sponsorship with Opera GX. If you've not signed up for Opera GX, please consider doing so via our link. It helps look after us. It's a great browser too. It's not going to cost you anything to try it out. Give it a login and check. Much appreciated to those who do. So if we go, I'll have a listen to those gyros and then maybe get some action. Oh, beautiful coffee, it has to be said. And looking for a little invade here. Has he slipped vision? He has! The pet, I don't think, counts as being spotted, so he's going to get this invade off. That's really nice from Hank. Whether we can play with the quality of the stream here. Again, slightly unusual setups, making my life a bit harder to get a hold of things. Oh, bit of a play top side. Not too much there. Haicha sliding on in. We'll get blasted a little there by Tang Yuan, who actually gets through a very nice combo. Haicha, what was that? Ugh. Bit disastrous. Not a fan of that, I have to admit. Not a fan. Oh, thank you, Jonas. Appreciate it. I said Opera GX. It's actually a really cool browser. I highly rate it. So those of you who thinking about giving a new browser a go, it doesn't actually cost you anything to go and click on the link. So if you want to help support us, it's a great way of doing it. Where was Al putting the Opera GX widget, by the way? Obviously, we've got it in the bottom left corner of the screen right now, but is that kind of in the way? Is that about the right spot? How big did he have it? Where was it? I'll probably make it a bit smaller, honestly. I'll have a bit of a play. I have a feeling it'll probably be more like this, won't it? Is it like here? I could see it being here. Kind of large. Yeah, I'll put it over here for now, and we'll have a play with it again later. Bit of a jungle play mid again. Haichao's already had the TP in, which kind of sucks. Oh, that's not fun for real. Oh, the last overload. Can't quite get it. My days, that was close. Tang Yuan's having a great showing on this rise so far. Some really nasty trades early on. Yeah, that's better. Great. Thanks, Corey. Again, we'll have a little look at some of the resolution settings when I get the chance. Basically, we're on a new setup, and Huya's being Huya, as it normally is. Thank you for those of you who do have a look at that. It's great. Another play mid. Hang. Can't quite get in range of High Chow. Nice idea with Warrior Trickster, but alas, what of that? A respawn on these Raptors. I think we are going to see a fight over them. Already stole the first lot. Are we fighting over this? Oh, the wind becomes lightning just wide. I think Tangyuan could have been in a lot of danger there if he'd been hit. And again, he's on about half, so I think this might just be a step too far. Bit of a chunk topside. Sassy is having a fairly good showing into the Ambessa early, which I wasn't necessarily expecting considering the various nerfs to Gwen in lane over the last little while. Still. Decent showing here. Ooh. Snip, snip, and had to dash away as Harry went looking for some of those Sundering Slams and Dracan step combos. It's Cunning Swipe, then Sundering Slam, isn't it? Not Sundering Slam, then Cunning Swipe. I think it's that way around. You have to do the swipe before you get the long-range poke option. Oh, yeah, Chromium. Yeah, true. Bit of a chunk up top side. I'm not seeing too much here, I think, in the early game. We saw a bit of scuffling around the mid lane, but High Chow, for all he's had to TP early. Still an okay spot here. Largely even in CS. Bot lane, Xiaoye. Picking up those axes, all well and good, but you are very obvious where you're going to land for Braum to just press Q at you. Don't know if you actually have to use it. I think you just have to download it. You may as well give it a shot if you like the idea of it. It's quite a nice browser. A little less unwieldy than some of the other Chromium-based options. Oh, bit of a look into the mid lane, flash away. Went looking for that Emperor's Divide. There was a Shin Zhao further back in the lane, so it would have been a nice gank option. A look at the Dragon in the river. Picked up by LGD, especially after Azir made that play mid, but a little bit hard to come and contest properly. You can just... I think it's pretty flexible in terms of what settings you have in terms of color. I tend to go for dark mode, but there's a lot of different ones you can go that's very much not that. So it's quite customizable in that front, so I wouldn't worry too much about color scheme per se. So, both these squads at 2 and 3 have had some mixed showings, I think it's fair to say. Better than our bottom-of-the-barrel stuff from the other day, but still not exactly what we call fantastic results, for sure. Aicha have been a little bit flippy, as has people like Xiaoye and Tangyuan. Heng has... really struggled. In fact, both of these junglers have not been at their best, I think it's fair to say. Change to 1. Hey! We got a new user at Opera GX. That's what we're talking about. That's what we're talking about. Thank you for those who've done that. It is much appreciated as ever. Grub's being started up by Lugada. That's how you pronounce that, right? Omega. Couple grubs taken, can back away now. YCX with the handshake. Very firm indeed. Very firm indeed. Prevents too much chaos, it must be said. Round what? Bottom lane. Oh, now this gets interesting. TP in. Starry looking to try and dash away. Flash, cleanse. That auto comes on in, and the Graven cashes in. What happened to the TP? Did it get interrupted? I guess it did. Who interrupted the TP? Ah, flash from YCX burn by the looks of it. So it looks like the Renata flash hand shook to deny the Azir teleport. Very nicely done there. And now Xiaoye is 1,300 gold ahead. Poor Starry left in the 1v2. Did not have a lot of fun there. I think we'll get the replay. That there you go. As expected, a little bit of deduction from summoners being blown. Saw the TP. Wasn't purely off vision. Flash, max range handshake. And the Azir is forced to stay in lane. Appreciate you, Corey. Whose draft do I like? Good question. I think if it gets through early game, LGDs is terrifying. Double hyperscalers and solo lanes, plus a Wukong, and the possibility to snowball through Draven and an Enchanter to back these people up. That feels pretty great. I think OMGs is good too, but I wanted to see the bot lane not give in to the Draven. And that's kind of happened. And I think they've probably got slightly more ways to go forwards. But I think largely the drafts are relatively even. Though, as it stands, the fact that Draven has cashed in is problematic, especially because the Draven doesn't have to be the win condition. It just can be the win condition. If that makes sense to all of you. A possible win condition. And a good one. Especially because then you get to play through that in the early game. Translate that to things like Gwen later on. And I do think like having things like the Gwen, the Wukong, the Ryze, the Renata, not fun for things like the Ambessa and the Xin Zhao to go melee range of. I do think the Braum and the Xin Zhao can be a little annoying for some of these shorter range carries to manage themselves. So theoretically, I think the team that gets ahead may well likely stay ahead just off virtue of snowballing. I think the play patterns aren't dissimilar. A little more dive from OMG, as we were saying, a little more anti-dive from LGD, but not, I think, to an utterly ridiculous degree, though. You know, Renata adds that kind of X factor, as we've been talking about, and it's not like Braum is a bad disengaged champion, right? So, yes, we'll keep an eye on that one. We all happy with audio volumes, by the way? I'm not seeing anything particularly crazy on my end. Well, levels seem about right, but let me know. We can mess around as required. Dragon spawning now. YCX gets jumped on. Hand shook out. Heal from YCX. But that's the ult down from Rayo. Now they can realm warp in. Flash from Heng. Oh, that's quite nice. And over we go. In comes the exhaust. Buying stop the hostile takeover. Does tag up Moam, but only Moam. YCX a little low. Starting to auto forwards. Another Rune Prism. The Arc of Ruin goes well wide, actually. And OMG, I think, back away alive, but not able to contest. At all. Two Dragons now to LGD, 2,500 gold ahead. The snowball continues. It's only a one-kill game. Draven not quite at his bloodthirster. Stopped off early for a Dirk for more of that early power top side. Looks like we saw an all-in there with the needlework. Public execution landed. Did people just give up at that point? What happened? Still got more needles. Just after the TP, I guess, is trying to leverage that power while they could. Harry now got the Eclipse, can TP back up. One's need to back away. I think she could be in a bit of spot of bother there. Still have that shield to work with, so maybe not. Finished her boots in the way that, OMG, Harry hasn't. There we go. Conjugate that word correctly. Bit of a look there at those minions falling down. Nice pick up on those minions. Arc of Judgment. Still a couple minutes till the next dragon, so really is just vision control we're scrapping over right now. Eyes on the Herald time at 35 seconds. Spirits cultivated briefly. We are just playing a relatively chill game right now. Harry finally managed to get himself vaguely topside. I think that's largely off plate more than anything. Still waiting, interestingly, on Tangyuan to complete his mid lane quest for LGD. Made a few more roams, I think, than the Azir has. And support still for OMG. Mo, I'm not managed to complete that one yet. It's a bit frustrating for them. That big gold lead bot has actually been mitigated somewhat. I'm assuming off some turret plates more than anything. CS hasn't really changed. Hang eats a bit of damage, but that's about it. Off the reset timer from the Gwen, who did need to come back with that Riftmaker. He's gone Riftmaker first, interestingly. I remember that was the first item of choice on Gwen. I remember it being second vaguely, but I might just be misremembering. Here's that Herald fight we were talking was a possibility. YCX with the loyalty program briefly. There is Haichao potentially looking for a shuffle, won't quite find it. Sassy in. There's a fight over the Herald, won by the Wukong. Nicely done. The clone falls down. Moam low, flashing away. Herald taken by LGD, but the eye not secure, and they don't want to overforce it. So no one gets it. Not the cleanest there, it must be said. A lot of summoners blown. Cleanse, flash, heal off the bot lane of OMG. On the other side, it's the flash off Sassy, the heal of YCX. Sassy has just started to fall behind a little bit in this solo lane over the last 5 to 10. Was relatively even. Actually had a 5 or so CS lead in the very early stages of the lane. But since that Eclipse is coming in, as ever, Ambessa begins to become a bit more problematic. Hello, Trinity. Blah to you as well. Don't think we're seeing too much madness right now. It has, again, just been a relatively slow game. Potential fight over this dragon, but I'll note that OMG at this point... Yeah, one item for Shinzao, for Ambessa, for Yunara. About as strong as they get. Not quite at the second item for Xiaoye yet. Again, Draven not exactly a slouch at this point in the game, but, you know. The Gwen, the Ryze, probably want a little bit more time if they can help it. So this would be Soul Point. They are in the river right now. Doesn't look like we're going to see too much contest until just now. Ambessa roaming down the river. Haichao now at the back angle. TPing in. Slightly awkward moment. That's a really good Shinzao ult. The hostile takeover comes across. YCX flashing away. Looking for angle as Tangyuan begins to fly on through the backline. Sassy with the needlework. Threatening Rayo. Misses the second set of it. All the while, Xiaoye flashing away from Haichao, who goes looking. It's a 1v3 as the Arc of Ruin flies across. They do bring down Rayo. The fight has been horrifically split. Xiaoye slowed down. Harry looking to threaten. Flash over the loyalty program. YCX left low. Xiaoye continue to trade out. I'm not sure how much Haichao's enjoying it. Does finally get a hold of that. Tangyuan splits away. Haichao going to be left very low as the Nimbus Strike comes on forwards. Harry now also at threat, but has got an Eclipse. He's bloody scary on this Ambessa. Snip Snip does a lot of work. Flash on forward for the Rune Prison. And Sassy gets one more. From 1 kill to 4 and 2. Looking a lot better. Sassy will help keep Heng safe in the pit. And the Dragon is secured by LGD at the low price of their bot lane. Let's have a look at this replay, because it got real messy. TP in the river. Big split of the team fight here, as Rayo gets a huge pressing guard. Loads of ults flying, loads of directions. But basically, Xiaoye and YCX end up split off from the rest of their team. Heng gets out, and then Sassy sees the moment to go on forwards. Misses those needles onto Rayo. I think that would have been a lot cleaner. Haichao forces onto Xiaoye and YCX. And at that point, the solo lanes of OMG get to run at the very low health bars of LGD's bot side of the map. Harry flashed the loyalty program, even with the bailout. Not enough to keep YCX up and running. Haichao just about out DPSs the Draven, but it's a bloody close thing, and of course, is left low enough that Heng can slide over the back and secure that kill. And Harry ends up getting run at by Sassy. A flash forward from Tangen with the Rune Prison secures that. And basically, the fact that it took too long, really, to bring down Xiaoye and ended up allowing for Haichao to fall after made it a lot more dubious of a contest after that. Dragon Soul point for LGD secured, and the overall gold lead extends by about another 1,000. Sassy with the kill, feels pretty happy. Heng getting a couple themselves. A little bit annoying for Xiaoye to end up losing those stacks, but hey, he already got the early cash, and he's at 2 items, not going to complain too much. Second item is at least done now for Starry. Fiend Hunter Bolts has been the go-to on Nymaera. Oh, 1 second, guys. I've got a call from my brother. All good. Just organizing how to sort out some Ouya things between games, which we can do. YCX gets jumped on here. Out comes the Braum Winter's Bite. And the concussive blows. Not bad. Hostile takeover. YCX survives. And now Sassy. Ooh, the Whirling Death. Not quite enough to bring down Rayo. My days, that got close on both ends. Nice chunk on the turret. That goes down. That's a second one for LGD. Now find themselves 4,000 gold in the lead. Bit of a scuffle over mid, but not too much there. Again, that mid turret falling down makes the Yunara's life a bit scarier. Has got the steel caps. Does feel quite nice into people like the Draven. And actually, honestly, things like the Wukong and the Gwen who get a fair number of autos in themselves. Soul point there for LGD. And note the timer at the top left corner of your screen. Cloud Soul. Available in 15 seconds. Do LGD care that much? They may just say, look, we'd rather just get the gold on the map and threaten the Baron. We're the ones with the Gwen, the Draven at 2, the Rise. We can rush this Baron, and you would have to fight us. Looking for Wind Becomes Lightning angle. Can't quite land it. Rune Prison back. Put the chunk there onto a clone. That Wukong cackle. Gets me every time, guys. Gets me every time. Cleanse from YCX, all the while Sassy on the tier 2. Wow, they are going to try and contest this. When's the Gwen coming in? Now. Try can take him. Hey, good chunk secure. What about a fight afterwards? Xiaoye left very low. He has got a Bloodthirster. Glacier Fisher, not fantastic actually from Moam. The hostile takeover blocked by the door from Braum. He needs to back away. LGD, I think, go a little bit farther, trying to get their cake and eat it. The damage back, though, is disgusting. Haichao traded for the jungler. Bailout on top of Xiaoye. YCX just about surviving, and they do manage to get a load of those kills. Nicely done from Tang Yuan, who overloads through the crew. Rayo now needs to run away. The wind does become lightning. But I fear that Sassy may just look to ground him with a large pair of scissors. He was one to end up the bailout, by the way. Slight misread from me mid-team fight there. Audacious charge forward, but I don't know whether you're going to win this one. Slide away. Still not been able to reset. And again, this would be the jungler. He needs to get out of here as he got water walking. Or at least a speed up from your Gust Walker. I think he does look. Making him a little bit hard to lock down. He's going to go between turrets, but overcomes Xiaoye with a Blood Rush available. I fear Rayo may be in a spot of bother here. They're going to try and TP to save him. He's just buying as much time as he can. He'll get interrupted. And now I fear your jungler's about to die. The bailout comes on forwards. And Rayo, just a thought, maybe it'd been better to die and not have 40 seconds without you being on the map and the threat. Potential Baron. In the runaround, at least. Still now 8,000 gold up. LGD in a commanding position in this game. 3.3k ahead on the Draven. He got a big old cash in that last fight. Now an Infinity Edge and nearly a Lord Dominic's regards. To the Baron we go. Reminder, still 10 seconds before Rayo respawns, so 5v4 in the pit. Left a bit low here, could get a bit dicey. But Public Execution goes wide, because Tag Yuan moons it. YCX goes into the bailout, will eventually die, but now trapped in the pit. Massive shuffle out. The hostile takeover not available because, of course, they die on forwards before all of that play. Messy, messy stuff as LGD. Now with two members, Xiaoye trying to get another cash in, does. The Whirling Death was the ability name I was looking for mid-fight there. Reset. It's on, unfortunately, a clone. Boy. Empowered Recall. Healing off the wave. Should get out. Interrupted! Oh, no! They'll lose a fourth. Oh, dear. Well, never mind that Baron power play, eh? Minus 2,000 gold so far. Come back to this play all the way back when. Yeah, a lot of abilities not quite going in the right direction. Haichao gets a shuffle, but it's not really that meaningful. Haichao got blasted. Tang Yuan got to rip through them all. Let me come back to this. And honestly, looked pretty good, right? Public Execution's immune. YCX does actually get the hostile takeover, but it's cleansed quite quickly. I was busy looking at the golden rise. Starry just about survived the Whirling Death, so that would have been a bit scary. And then it just got very messy at the back end of it. Sassy goes down, and they try to fight anyway, because Starry has healed up enough. Still, Baron was taken. Do get a member or two with it. I just don't know what they can actually achieve. I think it's a little bit unfortunate for Xiaoye that he got caught resetting. I think he was about 0.5 seconds off being able to get out there. Still available in 50 seconds. OMG did manage to nab the last dragon. LGD looking to right some of those wrongs. Haichao not had the easiest game on the Azir. He's gone for a very high damage build with that Shadow Flame. Looking for the upfront burst onto what is, in fairness, a relatively low MR building team. Basically realizing he's struggling to actually get any DPS off, so any burst he can get is quite valuable, I guess. Death Dance just done for Harry. That could be a big one. Shojin Eclipse, Death Dance, about as holy a trinity as you could ask for a champion like Ambessa. Dragon started. OMG into the river. Sassy on a potential flanking angle. Watch for Heng. Potentially can look to lead this. YCX a little bit at threat as those soldiers are sent forwards, keeping Xiaoye and YCX away from the pit. Not able to find their way on through the hostile takeover. Catches the Azir regardless. Dragon was still won by OMG. Sassy goes down in the 1v2. Starry now in danger. He runs away. He's just about alive for now. Overcomes the rest of LGD. A slow comes on forwards. They got Xiaoye as well. LGD are getting run around. Starry's out. Oh dear. Bit of a mess now. In goes Haichao. YCX left a little low. Harry hopping forwards. Public execution. The bailout on top of Tang Yuan makes things interesting, but he just buys enough time to not care. And now OMG are right back to even. They're down 3,000 gold. They were down 8,000. And there's a lot of members dead for 40 seconds. They can break the base. Look for the inhibitor. How on earth have they done this? What happened in that last play that left Xiaoye completely isolated? LGG just lost their minds chasing Starry and left a load of other members out to dry. Sassy punished on the flank angle. On top of everything else. And suddenly the target access of OMG, for all we were saying, look, not great in that 5v5 to have to go through the hostile takeover and the like. In the 1v1s, in the 2v2s, that target access is great. This was a great hostile takeover angle. Haichao Flash is still hit by it. Smite fight 1 by OMG, and they go looking for the play. Haichao slides away, and Sassy then just gets blasted in a 1v2. Starry just about survives, and then they go realm warping. Don't take it. And they take the realm warp, but Xiaoye doesn't get it. That's what happened. Xiaoye is left outside of the realm warp. Oh, Xiaoye, that's unfortunate. This Ambessa now an absolute menace as well, by the way. He's doing so much work on these sides. But basically, Tang Yuan has had a great game on the rise. Gives a way out for his team. Flashes to try and follow the Starry. And Xiaoye, for some reason, isn't inside it. I didn't see whether it was because it was impossible, because he clicked out. One of the two. Either way, didn't get taken, was left out to dry. He's still up 3,000 gold. But again, I think he's struggling to wield it in some of these later game fights. It's been very frustrating for him. At the very least, look at Sassy. He's at 3 items too. Got the Dawn and Dusk alongside the Nashes too. So double on hit there. Can be pretty scary. Well, this gets interesting, doesn't it? Over comes Rayo. And that's a big knock-up, and Chai is dead. Oh dear. TP behind, but there's still a GA to work with in the Sundisk, and now Sassy's in an awful spot. Oh, LGD. You have thrown this game down the drain. And OMG been able to climb up from the pits, find themselves with an even game state, and head to the Baron while you've lost 2 members. They've actually lost this. They've actually lost this. What a horror show. We'll up the game volume a bit then. There we go. Well, well, well. What the hell are LGD doing? Honestly, Murak, I'm trying to figure that out myself. They were up to 8,000 gold. But they have lost their minds in these team fights. And now repeatedly, what I thought was going to be quite tricky the later the game got, namely dashing forwards onto key targets without getting done in by things like bailouts and hostile takeovers and cyclones and rune prisons and stuff, just hasn't materialized. And Sassy and Xiaoye in particular have been picked off, and I think these fights have ended up a lot more fractured than LGD would like, and I think they've just gotten in their head and panicked about it. Yeah, 8,000 gold and Cloud Soul point, exactly. I'm not sure how much of this is Xiaoye's fault, because actually a lot of times he's ended up in isolated 1v4s because his team has gone careening after members they didn't need to go chase. And they've left the Draven out to dry. Like, I'm not actually sure what platform he's had to play with. But yes, he has ended up not really being all that valuable as the game's gotten later. It can be a Draven problem, right? But even so, I'm not really being convinced by LGD's ability to set him up for success. Like, when's the last time you saw Xiaoye get bailed out, for example? Yeah, O'Neal, I kind of agree. It's been a weird one. Look away for a few minutes and everything has changed. Now, finally, OMG have a gold lead for what feels like the first time this game. A 9,500 gold swing and the game isn't even over yet. This is going to be an LPL gold graph and a half. LGD need to hold the line here. Hightower with the Nymaera slow. So frustrating for this rise. In we go. Hanging into the backline, but immediately chopped away. The Wailing Death comes on through, but it's immediately taken out by the door of Brawl. Public execution in the backline. Xiaoye desperately trying to auto his way to some success. Slide on forward. The knock-up from the 3 talent strike. The bailout's off. It's not bad healing, but Harry's such a menace to Death Dance. They finally get up with the Nexus falls. And OMG. OMG win that one. Good note from my brother in chat. If LGD lose this series, they're bottom 2 and are out of playoffs. A required win today, and they were in such a good position and bluntly fumbled. I don't know how else to put it. It was a fumble. Great from OMG to find the way back, but it should never have happened that way. It should never have happened, that one. Did OMG really just kick world champion Juhan and glow up? Yep, you're absolutely right. No Juhan today. I kind of blanked on that one. I was busy sorting out some audio issues, so some of those keynotes are gone. But Juhan's out. Rayo comes in. And they just win it. Rayo is 3-0 at the minute. Man. What I get for being away for a couple days, guys. I've been having a great time. Got to see a load of friends, do some cool stuff. Alex has been holding down the fort, which means I'm stepping in today to give the sibling a well-earned break. Right, guys, I'll say hello briefly. It is I in the basement. It's a recording studio, so it's a cool basement, but it is a basement. It's just the way of these things. Glad to have you all here. Right. I will, yeah, guys, right, what we're going to do is I will need to do a little bit of shenaniganing briefly. So I'm going to turn the camera off, and I'm going to lose the mic briefly, because I've basically got to get Huya sorted on my end. But that means I can't show you guys a QR code, because that will screw us. So what's going to happen is you're going to see a blank screen for a bit while I sort some things out. And we'll sort some things in the background. Bear with us. Boop. It is I here. You'll have to deal with this briefly. And then I'm going to do... I think we'll do this. Why is my camera all the while... Okay, it's fine. Should be fine, right? Yeah, that's the one. Great. Why is my camera so huge on this? That's all right. That's okay. Yeah. Right. Right. Alex, get ready for a call. Whoops. That's the plan, yeah. Just trying to see whether I can do that. There we go, that's the one. Come on, little camera. Focus for me, baby. There we go. I am. I have, Alex. Yeah, I have. Oh. That's fantastic. Thank you very much. I think we're in. Beautiful. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. I don't know why you can't hear me. That's wild. But yes, it's in. It's all done. Thank you very much. I believe so. Oh no, I've got to do it again.
把生活玩出新意，
自由自在，灵感随行，
用个性的方式画世界，
让眼界突破边界，
让远在天边，近在眼前，
让每一刻精彩不再等待。
上京东搜京东电竞直播0千元耳机和游戏手办。
京东。
峡谷操作要秀，第一助攻拉满。
穿李宁日进斗金系列，
祝你峡谷稳赢，
马你旺到飞起。
速速扫描二维码解锁同款，把福气满满穿上身吧。
Alright guys, apologies on that slight delay there. We're trying to get some things resolved on our end to ensure we can actually see what's happening. That's looking... I think that's looking better. I think that's looking better. Oh my days, are we there? I think we might be. I think we might be. It's all good. Good grief, that was harder work than it needed to be. All right. In that case, studio mode can disappear briefly. And we can go back to... I'll look over here. There we go. Camera back on. Oh, boy. That was a bit harder work. Quality is apparent. It's all there. I think we're in. Success? Success. Right. Let me go get Spotify up. Assuming it's working on my laptop at the minute. And we'll go from there and be able to change our audio around. Good grief. That was a little bit harder work than I was anticipating. Good bit of music. Spotify working? No, it's not. Great. Okay, I'll have to wait. I'll sort that out the next time. Whew. I don't have to download something midstream. That would be a disaster, so we won't do that. LG was really struggling. Yeah, I know. Honestly, Everjay, I was a bit wild on that one myself as well. It felt very odd to see that kind of end result there. But hey, we're here. Hey, Sam, do you think LR wins versus Na'Vi? Considering Na'Vi's strengths are early game and then very poor mid game, I think that plays very well into LR potentially in terms of LR finding another win. Assuming LR don't get absolutely blown out in the early game, Na'Vi's fumbles in mid game are going to really hurt them against LR because the LR DNA is actually kicking in now. Baus looks like he knows how he wants to play at this level, looking actually more like himself again. And not to put too fine a point on it, but Nemesis has just been cracking heads. He really, really has. That Onivia game yesterday was sublime. So, will be a very good position for him. I'm not going to lie to you, Lion Man. And good to see you all over in Onivia's chat. I know I've not been quite as interactive with you guys over there today. That's largely off the fact, basically, that I can't have all the chats up at once on a single screen. It's being a bit problematic. But good to see you also trying to catch up between the breaks at the very least. And we'll be able to do some stuff from there. I do also need to do... Hey, Mod, do you mind running some ads? Oh, ads have been run, thank you. Because, again, I don't actually have access to ads either. I just realized that. Oh, that's very annoying. But, hey. Should be fine. Oh, why can't I run ads? Oh, don't have my setup to do it. Mod's got one of the only stream account. Okay, well, it's being done now, right? It's being done automatically now. It's pretty good. Pretty good timing on that one anyway. That's fine. That's fine. Appreciate you anyway, Trinity. I'll have a resolve on that one anyway. I need to make myself a little bit more coffee while I get a chance as well. So I'm going to turn the camera off. And I will return shortly. Oh, we're back. We're back. We're back. What did I miss? Ah! I need to move Opera GX. No, Opera. Not like this. What? Come back. Oh, we're fine. We're fine. We're fine. Huya keeps buffering. Really? Oh, okay. Does it? Does it? Does it? Right. Huya keeps buffering. Okay, well, maybe we have to drop the quality then if it just can't handle it. Yeah, it is just buffering the entire time, isn't it? Okay. Right, 1 second. No, wrong thing. Let me see whether I can resolve this, because that just might not be doable. Yeah, okay, that's just not functional, is it? Right, guys, let me resolve this then. 1 second. Let's see whether refresh helps. Wow, good grief. Okay, right, we need to drop this down then. That's just not going to be doable. Can we go? Okay. See whether that's any better, or is it just the same? How can LGD come back? By not throwing horribly in mid-game, mostly. What is going on? Why are we suddenly having horrible, horrible download issues? That's crazy. What? Why are we doing this? We were fine for the whole of first game. Suddenly we got this issue. Right, guys, let's see if we can resolve this. Oh, I'm fine on my end upload speed-wise, so that's all right. Oh, I need to move my camera now. I see how it is. Right, okay, fine. Be like that. Okay. Let's see if we can interact with this. Can we refresh the page? What is going on here? Okay, right. Let's see if we can... Is that going to help on there? No, it is just being really bad. Huh. To refresh here help. Yes, it does actually help. Okay. Okay. See whether that holds. Okay. I think we're okay. I think we're... Adverts! Okay. Right. So, let's check in with this one. Hopefully, we've now got a bit more stable stuff. This should be viable. We'll see how it goes. If we can up the quality again, we will. But it might just be a Huya being funny issue. Might just be a Huya being funny issue. Right, we've actually got large ER drafts here, so I do need to do a bit of analysis. So, LGD got themselves very much a comp with the Vi. Vitalia, Rek'Sai, Nami, you dive forwards, you blow up the first target. You need your mid game to be very, very potent, and this early game to be very, very potent. On the other side, you've got the Pantheon to match the Talia, Ashe, Seraphine, Aurora, Sion. Yes, you can get through some of the disengage to get to the Ashe. I worry, though, that if you spend all your resources blowing Ashe and then have to deal with the extended turnaround of OMG, it could get a bit dicey here. Is it out? My audio's out of sync. Is it now? Interesting. Oh, that is odd. Let me just turn my camera on and off again. That might help. 1 second. We'll do this. That should help a bit, hopefully. Interesting. Interesting. Well... so be it. You're all good now. Yeah, well, that seems to have resolved it then. Thank you for the heads up. So, both teams with a fair amount of pick. LGD's comp spikes much harder early. They need that one item spike to be dangerous. And again, as Shrimpcakes is noting, only one player's really made the Rek'Sai consistently look good in top lane. That is Flandre. Everyone else has struggled a lot more. On to the Rift we go. My camera needs to disappear. Opera GX needs to move. Mr. Giles. Okay, I'm gonna grab my coffee from upstairs. It's been brewing away. We'll start nattering about these comps a bit more freely. too much craziness so far, I hope? No, excellent news. Right. Rayo's about to look mid. I think Tangyon's about to have a bad time. Really nice angle. He's a dead man, can't run away. First blood goes towards OMG's mid lane. Haichao with the first bloods. Good from him. Okay, chat. We're going to try to mess with Huya. See if this works. Come on, baby. Are we all good? I think we are. Oh, fabulous news. Let's see if we can hold on to this. That'd be great. That'd be great. I think we might be all right. We had a bit of a weird buffering shenaniganery a little earlier, and hopefully won't need that again. Won't be a problem again. It'd be nice to have the quality up. We spent all that effort in the break getting it working. Scuffed gaming a little bit. OMG in a fairly okay spot at this point. Very good early play there from Rayo to get behind. And again, Chunhao's gone. Rayo continues to be a bit of a breath of fresh air for OMG, who are really struggling, guys. They really were. Despite, you know, Yuan actually having a fairly passable 2025. Pretty good on things like the Neferi when that became popular. The early first blood from Haichao funds an early Fated Ashes. Feels very nice. Uh-oh, minor stutter. Only a minor one. It's fine. Fine. I like LGD's comp. Hopefully we get game 3. Yeah, I mean, the Vitalia with Tidal Wave and theoretically some early Prowl can be quite scary. The problem is Ashe Seraphine is also just very oppressive and outranges largely LGD's bot lane. Like, yes, you can try to go forward with a Valkyrie and a Tidecaller's Blessings and sort of be fake Lucian with those kind of burst combos. But I just think the overall DPS bot side could be very problematic, and you do need the early game to be good from LGD. If it's not good, I think they're going to have a really tough time. I really do. Like, sure, you'll be able to dive onto one target. I don't know how simple that will be to be... Oh, that's the ult. Wow, Sassy. Okay. That means he avoids the Q, I guess. The Harry had a great game 1 on the Ambessa. Sassy unable to carry from the Gwen. Rayo starting up the early dragon. Out comes the Hawk shot. Looking to spot out where the jungler is. Haichao roaming into the river, does have Between Worlds. No ults for our junglers quite yet, though they are a camp off having it. Rayo has been left very low. There's the heal, the seismic shove. The Aegis Assault denies a lot of the damage. Tangyuan forced to back away a little bit. YCX and Xiaoyu now coming on forwards. In goes the Vi, the Between Worlds. Heng is dead. And now YCX in danger. Now Xiaoyu in danger. The Corki's gone. And OMG dismantle this early game. They come to contest to LGD. They saw Rayo getting low off the dragon. But in goes the Vi, and the things we were worrying about. Sure, you can dive forwards, but look what you're diving through. Poor Heng loses his entire health bar. Sure, you got the shove there onto Rayo, but he gets a shield from the surround side, has the Aegis Assault up as well to deny a lot of that damage. In you go. Immediately rooted into the shield vault Between Worlds. Dives on his way out, and then Xiaoyu's got him with no mana, by the way. And immediately regrets his choices. Topside, Sassy forced to flash. Oh no! I think he just got... Did he get ulted? He did. He got ulted under the turret, which interrupted his angle. The root is nice, but I don't think that saves Starry. He will do a bit of damage back, but he is likely in trouble. Moam with the passive might get a surround sound off. Will not. Will die. nice set of kills there for Heng with a really good lane gank to get in there and on top of Starry, who did not have the level 6 yet, so limited options to disengage. That cuts the early lead a little there. Very important for LGD to find a fight back, especially after that early play went so wrong. Nami did flash there to follow up onto the Ashe, who was ulted by Vi. Didn't burn the barrier there, did Xiaoye, and I don't really blame them. Xiaoye's always been a bit of an Ashe player as well, actually. He'd like to play that down in LDL in particular, if memory serves. Which he doesn't always, to be fair. Hey, congratulations for the 15 with Stream Street, by the by. Sarcasm. Welcome on in on that one. Right, punching away at some of these grubs. Did get the early dragon. Get that as well. We'll feel pretty happy about the early objectives. Reminder, LGD lose this series. Confirmed bottom 2. Out of playoffs contention. For winter. The roots. The arrow. The cleanse. In comes the Weaver's Wall. Starry. No flash. Does have a barrier and a dream. The tidal wave comes on forwards and very nicely done from LGD. TP behind, but that will be a very lonely TP. Haichao goes between worlds and gets out. Flashes away. Afraid of a potential vault breaker. It was very clear, nearly off cooldown. But LGD, really nice from them. Punish bot side again, another couple. Suddenly Xiaoye up a nice amount of gold. Over we go. Cease and desist. All of those tools have been burned by Haichao after a very ill-advised TP. That kill is donated to Xiaoye. Now 3-1. It's looking oh so promising for OMG. A couple plays aggressively made bot side by LGD, and in fairness, that's what their composition wants to do. Life feels good again. Good cleanse from Xiaoye, denies the disengage from the arrow. And the aggressive moves have been pretty good there, all things said and done. Very unfortunate TP from Haichao as well, especially with no Rayo to come support. I think if they'd been a little bit quicker with that, maybe the Pantheon around you could have looked to do that by yourself, though. A bit of a disaster, to say the least. To say the least. Not too much happening there in that bot lane. We've got Dragon in 10 seconds. Rhea will be around. Second Dragon for OMG if they can secure it. Bit of a chunk onto the Vi, who did not have that much fun there. The skirmishes are one thing. The 5v5 is not as simple. Maybe YCX can look for a crazy steal, especially with the smite being interestingly timed there by Rhea. YCX. The root, the arrow. Oh, that's unfortunate for the Nami. No, not like this. Stop. Oh, yeah. Okay, we'll have a look again. We're going to skip forwards. That will still likely be a very dead YCX. In comes the Grand Starfall. The encore after. Xiaoye in danger, and yet they've got the kills. We got a buffer forwards, unfortunately. Hung goes in, doesn't have that much fun. Cease and desist, flashed into the rest of the team though, so he dies. Aqua Prism, Seismic Shove. Tangyuan gets hit by the roots. And the high notes. Ashe did die there, worth noting, but of course Hung falling, Xiaoye falling as well. Ends up being a 2-for-1 in favor of OMG. And Haicha picking up a lot of that gold. Scary with how dangerous the Aurora could be in this game. Look at the replay here. So YCX base tanks a lot of danger. Media has to blow a lot of things. Tidal wave. Xiaoye goes in, hit by the encore. I assume he just pops Starry here with a bit of assistance. Yeah, he does. Good from Xiaoye in the 1v3. Oh, Starry fired his volley the wrong way. He would have still died to Tang Yuan likely anyway, but still, that's unfortunate. YCX had flash and heal, got him out to safety basically. And then some Tide Caller's blessings. Actually, it would have been ebb and flow rather would have done the healing. Invade onto the red buff. OMG with a slight gold lead. Harry also being jumped on here, having a mixed experience, it must be said. Scion ults. Tang Yuan Heng maybe looking for a pick here. Can't quite find at the river. Actually, Tang Yuan threaded volley, looking for a potential pick forwards, forced to flash. Talia down that summoner. Scary stuff. Humble bar. Says Harold. Hello, Harold. Good to see you. I don't think LGD comp is easier to pilot, which is probably why they will win this game. There is something to the fact that it's quite simple, that you just follow up on Vi, right? I worry a little about the fact that if you just choose the wrong target, you can just dive into so much damage and CC that it will be a bad time. My worry is in 5v5s around some of these objectives, I don't know how simple it will be to do the thing. At the very least, Corki being very fed means that you've just got that ability to just blast people, which I do think is quite important in a game and a composition like this, that your burst at this point in the game is strong. And it likely will be. Minute and a half until Soul Point. OMG will be looking to claim that one for themselves. Towards the Herald. LGD are looking. No one's taken a turret yet, actually. Worth noting that first brick gold still up and available. In comes the arrow, lands on the Xiaoye. Grand Starfall. Xiaoye's going to cleanse. Important. What about the turnaround? TP behind. Heng gets stunned. Lots of damage onto the Vike. Blast shield is good. Arreo gets blasted though all the while. Starry in the middle of everybody. No Scion here. There was a Rek'Sai. 4v5 became very problematic. And they just don't find the people they're looking for, do OMG. And Xiaoye cleanses his way through the arrow. The TP is good. I don't think Harry gets the interrupt. I think he tried to ult to interrupt it, couldn't quite. A slightly awkward choice of shield direction, I think, from Reo. See whether he's blocking something I didn't spot. Either way. Now Xiaoye again with the expansive early gold lead. Didn't manage to convert it last game. Reminder, the 8,000 gold throw. Haichao's still a problem. He's very, very scary. Going towards, I think it'll be a Cosmic Drive second here. Herald immediately dropped mid. Dragon's up, it would be Soul Point. We're TPing in for this one. In comes the Heralds. Are they driving away? No, they are going towards this mid lane. Oh, he just drove into a wall. That's unfortunate. Well, bit of a wasted Herald there, really, isn't it? Hang on, what happened to Haichao? How did he get jumped on? Flashes away. I guess it was Rek'Sai finding an angle there. Force the reset. There is no teleport, so he's going to have to give this dragon up, I think. Can't really fight without your 4-on-1 Aurora. Scion's here. They're not having the most fun dealing with him with the shield behind. Sassy on a flank angle. Highchow's back. Rayo looking to go forwards. Could get jumped on. Sassy still unspotted. Highchow in danger. The arrow comes across. They're looking for Highchow. But won't they go? Dragon secure, but the Nami is dying. Highchow takes a lot of damage and falls. Sassy with the double knockup with the Unburrow. Trying to get some more work done. Will likely fall, but that's not before he gets at least the Void Assault off. Good chunk back as the blasting shield is decent from Hung alongside some serious punching power. The Vault Breaker down. Extended damage is good. Harry down into zombie form. They lose 2, but take 2 in trade, and actually that's Harry in the zombie form. Xiaoye going towards the Seraphine there. I don't know if he'd have a lot of fun with that one. I'll get Tangian with a lot of time on this bot side turret. Very good flank angle from Sassy. Caused some trouble. Grand Star for Tanguyen looking for the shovel. Gets it. And now Rayo not having a lot of fun here. He might well be dead under this turret. No. Hacks away. Yeah, a little bit lost in the sauce there, I think. We'll have a look at this. They look for the arrow. It does land onto Heng. Smite fight 1 by Hung. They will immediately blast, of course, the Nami. And then Highchow goes looking for some more damage, but ends up trading his life for it. And then Sassy just buys enough time. I thought it might end up being a bit better than they thought. But again, the Vi ult goes straight through, splits everyone apart. Seismic shove after onto the Ashe, who had no way to keep herself safe there. Means that your DPS is dead. They have to play that one out from the position they're in. LGD now with the gold lead, despite early moments from OMG. It has felt like the ease of execution. Just press R on Vi and blow up the person you hit. Has been core to the success so far. Xiaoye is the one who's picked up a lot of the gold as well, which is great news. You want this Corki to be as scary as possible. Choo-choo, says Scion. That's a very, very strong Xiaoye, and Hung actually as well. Surprisingly higher in the player gold there. We've got a couple early shutdowns. I think the early buy of the Sterax and the Merc Tread as well means his tenacity incredibly high into a very heavy pick comp. Makes a lot of sense on the Vi. Tidal Wave. Don't quite find what they're looking for. Still, turret in mid lane falls. First turret of the game and a big one to get. Arrow. Doesn't really lead to all that much. I mean, we've seen some arrows land, but they've not really managed to turn that into all that much as yet, it has to be said. Worth noting, by the way, if you want to know how engaged Xiaoye has been with the game. Namely, he's on 100% KP, especially considering we were lamenting his inability to convert his early lead into impact in the mid game on the Draven last game. Much better stuff from him this time around. Not even transformed the Muramana yet. When that happens, oh boy. Starry at 0, 5, and 5 is having a really tough time. Not had the most fun here, guys. He's really not. Phantom down to done for Starry. 50 seconds on Dragon. Are we fighting this as OMG? Or do they want to play for turrets and some gold pickup? We're going to be fine with that too, honestly. Good chunk topside, but Sassy with that passive will be more than happy to heal. It's interrupted mid-tunnel. Doesn't really lead to all that much. We'll have that tunnel destroyed, likely. Is indeed. Yeah, it looks like OMG not that interested in fighting this one, I don't think. Say that, Rayo, on a control wards. Maybe they are. It's not actually that high a win percent chance for LGD, which is hilarious. I guess it's a scaling issue. Didn't actually have the early game they really wanted early on. It means it's a much more even affair. Harry is such a big boy, my god. He's in the middle of 3, buys a lot of time. The double knock of the encore. Heng, try to turn this around, overcomes Harry. That's a lot of damage on the Sass. He's not having that much fun. Will try and void assault his way out to safety. They don't kill the Scion. Between worlds, Shaya has to flash away. He bounced back forwards. The Psychopath. Comet Spear comes on forwards. Flash on forward through Shaya. Hi Chow? Hi Chow? What? Okay, well, the health bars of LGD are fantastic. Grand Starfall! They just blew up the Talia. Y6 in danger. Starry finally free firing. Head can't do enough healing. Xiaoyu needs to back away. The volley. Ball breaker. Blast shield. Not enough. Xiaoyu at about 50 HP. Oh my god, that Comet Spear. Well, they win. They win the fight to OMG. They do. And that'll get them soul point, but I have so many more questions than when I began. Let's have a look at this, because actually, initially, Harry just basically says, I've got a monstrous shield. Monstrous shield. TP'd in, Soul Furnace. Right, let's buy a lot of time. Gets the double ult, into the arrow, into the encore. Oh boy, a lot of CC, and then basically Sassy says, I've got a full send to the backline, buy some time. Harry survives, big shield from the Seraphine, does a lot of work. Xiaoye forced to cleanse, flash away, then Valk's back in, which was psychopathic. And then Hai Chao just sort of loses his mind, looking for the kill, and just doesn't get it. Like, he doesn't hit anyone valuable there and blows himself up much too far. Seraphine then gets flashy, thinking, okay, LGD actually going to start turning this one around, but the health bars are still really low. And the Grand Starfall kills off the Talia. The door comes up for the seismic shove, and that makes things very, very tricky, especially as Xiaoye has very little health bar to work with. Heng falls, and you end up in a 4-for-2 scenario in favor of OMG, who also get the soul point. That was a bizarre scenario. All right, well, cease and desist. Encore doesn't really land as much as they were hoping for, and that will likely be the death of Moam, formerly of LCK fame. Slightly unfortunate the Encore didn't extend further there to catch out YCX. It might have been a bit of a different affair otherwise. Starry, I don't think, can come forwards this way, so Hai Chao and Rayo left under this turret, very alone versus a very scary Corki. In comes Sion. Grand Starfall interrupted. Rayo is dead. Wave largely cleared up. Starry in danger. Sassy can't quite get in range. Now he's being spaced out by the Ashe. Looking to get some damage back. That's a lot of damage onto Hai Chao. Heng just doesn't take damage, apparently. Hai Chao got blasted. What on earth is happening, OMG? Hai Chao's had a very unusual set of moments over the last few games. He's going to try and reset. Should get away with it. Does, but that's going to be Baron. You just lost your jungler. Oh, OMG, what an awful tower defense. They're going to just shove through mid and say, look, we can do that at least. And get the crystallized proc. They're still just doing Baron. I hope we get a replay of that topside fight, because that was bizarre. That puts LGD in a really good position now in this game. 9-2 Corki.
Blue team's turret has been destroyed.
Now will be the time for the replay observers. Anytime now. No? Hey, Tak. Good to see you, baby. I do feel like Baron value is kind of low this patch. I'm not sure I entirely agree, because I think it gives you access to that beautiful tier 2 plate gold, which I think is actually very undervalued as a part of Baron. Which I think can be quite good. I do agree that it doesn't feel like you need Baron to threaten turrets anymore. No, I'm still in Britland. I'm up in Nottinghamshire right now, streaming from the remote setup. Hence why it's just a little janky than usual. Frag in a minute and a half. That would be sold for OMG, assuming they can even consider playing it. The Weaver's Wall. Rayo flashes. I think he's just dead here. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Yeah, he's going to get bounced around. Does a little bit of work back, but the Pantheon caught out. Poor flash there. I think he'd have had to flash into the Raptor Pit to have any chance of getting out there, and doesn't. So good pick off. 5,000 gold lead. Heng backs away. He's had a great game on this Vi. Picked up the GA now as well on the double tenacity items. He knows what his job is this game, and it's go forward and try and survive as long as possible. I wonder how LGD will throw this. Well, yeah, their late game team fighting was truly abysmal in the last game. It does feel like this game is a little bit simpler for them to execute. Very straightforward composition. Slow on to Heng. Can't do that much more. Whoop. Gonna slow down from here, not too much more. Dragging up. Don't think OMG are realistically going to have a way to come and contest this, considering how trapped they are. You do have a teleport in Harry. You do have the Grand Starfall. So theoretically, you could full send, but I don't think it would be very well advised. Tier 2 bot side picked up. Dragon secured as well. That's the second one for LGD. The Lace denies the Soul for OMG. They're really in a position to come and grab that anyway. At the very least, Starry's now at 3 items. He's a long way off at the Infinite Age. Hai Chao pounced on but escapes. From being 4-1 to 5-3, he's really struggled to leverage his lead this game. I really thought that this Aurora with the early lead was going to be such a problem. And Hai Chao has just full sent it in a number of fights where we've been a bit perplexed, to say the least. I think that's the way of putting it. One big Sarah Queen ult flips us around. I somewhat agree. Seraphine could be very problematic, especially now she's got that second item, the crown that I forget the full name of. Works very well with Helia. Oh, bit of a pick up. Heng forced to flash. Can't quite secure the full kill, but hey, you'll take a flash. And the Starex being gone ahead of something like Baron. Diadem of Songs. That's the one. Very appropriate for Seraphine. Send heal and shield power. And you get healing on lowest HP ally if you shielded or if you've healed or shielded people, and Seraphine does a fair amount of that. Very strong for her. Got the redemption. She got the Oblivion Orb as well to try and deal with some of the healing. Let's sort of see that into Rek'Sai's got a fair amount. Vi will have some with Conqueror. Also Sundered Sky. Forky plus Nami giving you some healing courtesy of Ebb and Flow. Yeah, I think that's probably wise to have someone with some anti-heal. Not a bad stop off. If Seraphine can get to an Echoes of Helia next, she's feeling great, but getting there is going to be a little bit awkward, it must be said. Diadem of Songs will do just fine for now. Hey, Time Lord, good to see you. You may notice a new little widget in the bottom left corner of the screen, by the way. We got ourselves an Opera GX sponsorship, and that's pretty damn awesome. Exclamation mark Opera GX in chat. If you've not signed up to the browser yet or downloaded it, please do. If you do make that download, it helps support myself and Alex. Don't actually have to use it, but it's worth giving a go. Actually quite a cool browser. We could love all the support you guys can give us, especially when we're doing all these LPL streams for you guys. I promise you, it's just a link click. Not that scary. You know you want to. Join the opera today. Or I'm going to start doing opera singing. You don't want that. Disaster. I'll threaten you with it. Baron's up. Maybe we'll have a Baron dance. That's Rayo. Caught out. Has got the GA. Redemption comes down. Does very little there. No healing at all. As the arrow comes in. Flash away from Rayo. It's cease and desist at the backline. The encore is very nice. In comes the Between Worlds. And suddenly the extended fight gets a bit dicey. Decimating smash. Blow up the Vi. Harry's still pretty damn tanky. Sure, you killed off the Pantheon, but that's your jungler dead as well. And this was the worry we had in draft. OMG's comp could just do that. We've not really seen a lot of these 5v5s, but they've been able to do it. Still, that's a lot blown there by everyone. I think killing off the Giga Fed Vi and getting her GA feels very, very nice. Of course, losing the Pantheon GA also sucks. Appreciate your time, though. Good chunk from Rayo. On to Rayo. The problem is this point, basically if that redemption had been a bit early, we might be having a very different conversation. It wasn't. The arrow lands. They jump onto Rayo, but then Haichao gets a really good Between Worlds. The encore catches multiple people. And you sort of see how scary it gets from that point. Got to deal with the approach velocity, the decimating smash, Y6 forced to flash, there's the tidal wave, onto Harry, not necessarily the best target. Now Haichao comes over, the arrow lands, in comes Heng, Sassy on the flank angle, really nice flank from the Rek'Sai. Rayo's in danger. OMG trying to make the proactive move and immediately punished by the great flank angles from top and jungle. That might be game, you know. Haichao's not back in base. This gets really interesting. You've got a support in base. Empowered Recall does get Haichao back, but again, he's got ult and a dream. Can probably clear the wave as a result now. They're going to TP in. How long until the resets? Respawns, rather. 15 seconds on Starry. Sassy looking to interrupt the entrance flash from Moam. In goes Haichao and just gets blasted. He has really not had a good time in these team fights. And we are going to 3. LGD do not make the mistakes of game number 1. They will not throw the lead. Just press R, man. I think it's a little bit of an understatement. Talk about the likes of just playing a Vicomp and jumping on people. But it probably is completely fair that, you know, with those flank angles from the Vi and the Rek'Sai later on, never got to see a good fight from Starry. He was jumped on every single time. And to call it out, I think Haichao was very well handled and really struggled to make a play successfully. Yeah, I actually thought Harry had an okay game on the Scion, but LGD got the early snowball after some problematic early plays. It was 3-0, remember? To OMG in the early stage, and then just Vi turned a bot and just repeatedly pressed R. Rayo struggled a bit. Well, well, well. Well, well, well. I think Haichao's reaching too much early. Yeah, he ended up just like, he was 4-1 and then just failed to get any value as the game went on. Very frustrating for him. GG. Streaming laggy a bit, is it? Okay. Are we all right now? Let me just check where we're at. I think we're all right there. Connection's fine. Yeah, I think it should be all right now. Apologies for that, guys. I think it should be all right. Connection, excellent. Okay, I think we're all right. See, make sure that the lag issues have been resolved. I'll double check. Thank you again for all those follows, guys. Means a hell of a lot. Let me see if I can get in on this. I can run ads here. Fantastic. Brilliant. Alex has given me the tools, the power. We'll run some ads. Beautiful. There we go. Stable here too. Great news. Great news, great news, great news. So, I have found out mods can do ads, guys, but you have to go via dashboard, and I have dashboard access, which is really good news, even when I'm on my Initialise account, which is wonderful. Wonderful stuff. Thank you again for all the followers. Nearly at 10,300 followers. Holy moly, the growth over the last month or so has been great. Much, much, much appreciating all of you guys coming and supporting us. Hugely, hugely appreciated. It really is. Move that down there. Again, we'll have to move ourselves around as needed. Oh, right, so folks, I do need to start doing a little bit of killing. Namely, if you've not considered signing up for Opera GX, it is literally just a download of a cool new browser, guys. There's no payments, no shenanigans. You just click on the link, download the browser, and you support me and Alex. Like, we genuinely get paid for you guys doing that. It is super simple. It's actually also a really cool browser. It's Chromium, really well integrated with a lot of gaming stuff. It runs a lot smoother than Chrome, in my opinion, as well. So if you're like, actually, Chrome's kind of not doing it for me anymore, it's a great way to still use all those Chrome plugins, but on a much more powerful browser, bluntly, as far as I'm concerned. Transfers all your bookmarks over. It's really good. I think it's a nice update on Chrome-style browsers that isn't quite as memory-hungry and stuff as well. Very, very good. Oh, you have got to make an account too. Okay, so when you download it, please make an account. That actually matters. There you go. Please consider doing that. In fact, I might do that myself. I think I've already done that, but hey. I can do it myself. I should probably do that. So yeah, make sure you make the account, guys. But it's a 5-minute process at much. And we're in a break. You don't have to set up as a main browser. No, you don't. Just give it a go. Make the account, download it. Oh, nearly a great pick off there, doesn't happen. It's a very easy way that doesn't cost you any money to come and support it. It's actually quite a good product. So it's not even like you're downloading slop, which is quite nice. Appreciate those guys who do. So it's like, so the thing is, I actually use the damn browser. I think it's good. So yeah. But hey, I'm a standing guy. Exactly. Other ways of supporting us, Ko-fi. For those of you who'd like to donate a bit more meaningfully, it's a great way to come and support us. I try not to shill for things I don't at least think are kind of cool. That's a great way of supporting us, is the Ko-fi link. And donate to us directly, which feels fantastic for those of you who can do that. Much, 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 much appreciated to those who do. There's the player of the game. I think that's completely fair. That Vi made the game happen, really. Thank you, Dr. G-Man, for the follow. Alongside Ziva, Max, real-life anime girl. Oh my god, there's a real-life anime girl in here. It's incredible. Oh. Do-do-do. There we go. All right. Let's go turn off this little hooey bit before we get in trouble. Go away. Shh. Right, let me go see if I can get Spotify set up properly, because for whatever reason it's not working on my PC, and I do not know why. If I can resolve this. Yeah, see, it is there. Good grief. Righty then, let's go get some sessions Diana on, as is our wont. There we go. Beautiful. That'll do. Okay, guys, I think we're in an alright spot now. Phew. Switch to title. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, title's really good for artists. No issue with that one. Also, like lossless, it's very lovely. Yeah. Completely fair. Completely fair. Title's a great service. All right, guys, I am going to turn off my cam briefly and make a dash to the bathroom. I shall return shortly. Don't be silly while I'm gone. All right, guys, back in time for draft. We love to see it. We love to see it. We love to see it. Okay. Camera back. Hello, folks. Good to see you all in here. Hope you're all having a good time. I know I am. Let's pause the music. Bring us back in. The draft. Oh, that's what I call timing. Yes. Nice budge. Can I select both? I can indeed. Whoop. That'll do. That'll do. That'll do. Right, to game 3 we go. Do I not have a projection? Why don't I have a projection? Oh my god. 1 second. Maybe I'll see the. There we go. That's more like. Okay, so LGD on blue side, OMG on red. OMG with first pick. LGD have largely been able to get the better of these early games. Getting lit up by the screen. Lighting down here, not fantastic, has to be said. But there we go. So be it. Such is life. Jarvan locked in first for, oh my god, the artists formerly known as Laugandir, now just LGD. Baiting a few YCX specials here. Rumble, Jace, Ori, no surprises there. The Jarvan, I'm surprised he got through to this late, really. Caitlyn instead, aggressive from Xiaoye. We have seen Draven, we have seen Corki, we have seen Caitlyn, plus the Karma. It has all been about lane dominance from this bot lane. Early kills on the Draven gave them a big lead in game 1 that they couldn't execute on later on. Last game, Heng's attention saved the early fumbles from LGD as a whole. Oh, Moam, are you really debating the pike? Punish some of these squishier members, actually. It's not necessarily the worst idea. And he's going to lock it. Okay, so Jhin, Pike. Dangerous pick combo. Dangerous pick combo. If you land the skill shots, your ability to punish the general oppressiveness of a Caitlyn Karma who just keep up the consistent autos and poke is very, very frustrating. If you ever get hit by a Deadly Flourish or a Bone Skewer, then the turnaround gets scarier. Poppy coming on in to play aggressively around this bot lane alongside the Jarvan. I think the ability to deny some of those pike dashes could be quite good here. Obviously quite annoying for the Jarvan as well in the sense that your wall or your Cataclysm walls can be a good stun target for the Poppy, so surprisingly good option there. Akali away from Tangyuan. Don't want that additional dive threat. Yeah, I can see that. Nah away from Harry. And again, Harry on a carry has felt like one of the few ways that OMG have managed to get some advantages of the games we've gotten later. That Ambassador in game 1 was very, very dangerous. The Sion was good from Harry, I think, on the whole. Maybe not in every fight in the way I'd have liked, but you know, wasn't, I don't think, the problem in the last game. The LeBlanc off the board as well. Something Highchild would have liked to play with that Deadly Flourish with the Pike. Really look to snowball both of these comps. Are going for some serious early game snowball potential right now. I think whichever team does fall behind early could be in a world of hurt considering how these comps are supposed to function. Udyr against Sassy. It has been a bit of a specialty pick for him, and I want to say Cube was the other Udyr top player. An early prio is what it often earns you. It's good into most tanks. K'Sante angle? K'Sante angle. Okay. Allows you to have someone that's a tank, good diver, theoretically. Self-sufficient. Might allow Harry to just lock in the Zahen and go, cool, free scaling matchup, that's wonderful for me. Bit of late game insurance there as well, theoretically. Can be a bit awkward into Caitlyn and Karma, who can just outspeed, outspace, and outrange you. You are quite a slow-moving character as a whole on the Zahen. Syndra would buy into the pick very, very heavily. Oh, boy. That first bit of CC lands, that mid-game burst is going to be very, very dangerous. we? Been a while. It's just a hover for now, folks. If it is locked in, the range, very oppressive here. Caitlyn, Zoe, would have been quite annoying, I imagine. A bit risky in some of this pick, though, as I said. It's very easy to land a deadly flourish. I would have been a bit surprised by that. Victor feels a bit more sensible. There's your zone control, your AoE. Between the gravity field, the Cassante, the Poppy, Palmer's shield and speed ups, getting to the likes of this Victor and Caitlyn isn't necessarily going to be simple. If they are ever reached, though, it is a bad time. And you got 2 immobile carries on the whole into a Jarvan. Yes, I know the 90 caliber net allows you some ways out, but I don't think it's straightforward per se. Okay. So, there are our drafts. All about the bot lane early. All about the bot lane early. We all know it. Throw the volume up a little bit so we get ready for this game. Some quick blocker adds off before we get into game. Make sure we're all locked and loaded for our final game of this series. LGD have largely been the better team in the early stages. Fumbled it in game 1. Did not at all in game number 2. Need to do so again here. We head on to the Rift for our final time today. The Gyos speak for themselves and we'll continue from there. Harry. She found his way into this Tri-Brush. Nice early chunk onto Sassy. A little awkward getting to the wave, but I think we'll be likely fine. Let's talk about this bot lane matchup. The way this goes is as such. As with things like Blitzcrank into Enchanters, LGD should have shove and consistent DPS. However, the kill threat largely lies with OMG. If they land the CC, their ability to force summoners, to force kills is very, very high. However, if you miss that hook, you miss that deadly flourish, the oppressive nature of this bot lane of the Caitlyn combo is keep the DPS, keep the shove up is very difficult to manage. Your pick window is very strong from OMG. Consistency, the shove from LGD, very strong. I'm expecting a lot of attention early. No! Go away! Fixed it. You. Hang here at the level 3, it's what we expected. Gonna put wards down, try and keep this Jarvan away. Early shove means this can be done. There's the flag spotting this out. The buckler comes out. Rayo's gonna get attacked pretty aggressively. There's a blast cone. Hen can wait on this one. And bot lane is not gonna get easy assistance from this Jarvan. There's the hook. A decent shield from YCX denies too much. Now thinking about roaming over. This does get interesting. Victor's also got shoved into the Syndra early on. Anyone doing a good job there. Overcomes YCX. Blue buff likely the price here. Out comes that soul flare. Ow. Bit of a chunk. Not too much. Flash. Not one. Not one. He flashed for that and didn't get it. Flash smoke, still didn't get it. I don't think. Did he? I saw the heal go the way of Hang, so maybe not. Maybe it did. That's 24. Yeah. 4, 8. Yeah, no, he did get it, didn't he? He did get it. 15. Maybe he didn't get all his little Krugs. It's probably what it is, actually. Yes, no. No, that's what... Got Wolves, didn't get Grump. There we go. Got the count right, so we know he didn't get it. I was correct. The Heng got that. Took me a second to figure out exactly how that worked maths-wise. But flashed and smoked to get that camp. Didn't get it. Rayo now in a horrible position in this game. May get double scuttled here as well. Could get... interrupt. Phantom Undertow. They don't get the reset off, which would have been really nice. They wanted to get this back off aggressively, but Moam step forwards prevents that. At the very least, Starry hasn't dropped CS yet. It's lost shove, as somewhat expected, but hasn't dropped CS, which is a big deal. That back timing would have been really nice to really put the pressure down. Doesn't quite happen. YCX needs to be a bit careful here. That Bone's Cure, yeah, bit scary. In a resolve, Phantom Undertow, Deadly Flourish. Good chunk onto YCX, who's now at threat here. There's a heal. The exhaust comes down. Trap after. Soul Flare. Turnaround damage is good. Xiaoye now starting to auto forwards the Iron Shield, giving him some move speed. That's heal off Moam, but the double summons away from YCX. That's what we said could happen. Can look for the Bone Skill now in the 1v2. 90 caliber net. Autos back. Headshots. Bloody hell, it's intense. Pike having the level 3 makes things dicey. Has gone for the heal rather than the ignite. A bit more sustain in the lane. Possibly wise. Most pikes you'll see will obviously go. Are we allowed to be silly when Sam is here? Absolutely you are. A note again, guys. You lose this, you are guaranteed to be bottom 2 in Nirvana. That means you are out of playoffs. No Knight's Road for you. You are done. Significant stakes here. We're not quite at Night Rivals yet. No, no, no. This is the last dregs of the regular season. Xiaoye caught. 90 caliber net. Buys him some space. Scary, though. Down a half. Dragon being started. YCX trying to keep space. Overcomes the Victor. Moam. Another hook. YCX in danger, but no flash. No exhaust. He's in danger. Rayo goes forwards. Dragon secured. Shoved into the wall. They do get YCX down. The stun afterwards. Nice from Moam. That was unleashed. Heng goes down. They will at least get something back. The double kill for Starry, who has fallen. 3 members down, and OMG. Well, well, well. The Pike value proves it's worth there. Night will be on after this. It's not happened yet. To clarify, I get carried for elo. So have a look at this replay right now. Let me have a look at that one. Because again, basically, Rayo gets away with it. Moam, absolutely superb angle. Superb angle. Thank you for the subscription, by the way. Most dope. I appreciate it. Yes, and to clarify, I get carried for Elo. What a name. Knight's game will be after this series. It is happening here. Don't worry about it. The playoffs have got a name called Knight's Rivals. Or Knight's Road, rather. Is it Night Rivals or Night Road? Knight's Rivals. Knight's Rivals. Having a moment there. Which is basically just the name for, like, the first stage of playoffs. It's a ridiculous 3 days of hell on earth where there's like multiple best. There's like 2 best of 5s a day. And so don't worry, you'll still get the game. Don't stress too much about it. Now called Knight's Road, right? I was trying to remember the exact terminology. Thank you, Nymaera in chat, for confirming the correct name for that section of playoffs. 1500 gold. Oh, they don't know. Dark Water Dive. Ghost Water Dive, apologies. Doesn't find the hook. But again, no summoners bot lane in terms of the flashes. Makes things very dicey. Heng is around, helped turn things around the last game. Rayo's here as well. Oh, guys, this could be really unfun. The Cataclysm's there. Phantom Undertow and the Bone Skill keeps YCX away from Heng. Powers Unleashed. Haichao gets the kill. Curtains get called. Remember, there's no flash. This could get really nasty. Bit of Defiance. 90 caliber net. Flag and drag the exhaust. And they just sidestep it. Only the one dead, but it is one dead. Scout of the week. Force of Will. Hextech. Storm. Arcane Storm. Yeah, I know. For once, OMG have got a good early game. I know. Not in this one. They got piked, is the honest answer. Got piked. Turned up to that dragon fight down a summoner or two after not getting the reset timing they wanted earlier on in the lane. And that was the worry. We said eyes on this bot lane. The shove. The early oppression, sure, there for LGD, but the turnaround, the pick from OMG's bot lane is always a great way of threatening things like a Karma. She hates that kind of combo there. The moment Ghost Water dive combos become a thing, she doesn't really have a lot of options to avoid these things. Yeah, just realize the stakes. Yeah, whichever team loses this game are done for the split. No playoffs for them. Road ends here. No knighthood available. Yeah, I made that pun. What are you going to do about it? Starry also building towards some early lethality into a relatively squishy comp. Now, I think it's going to mean that blowing up the Poppy and the Cassante could be unfun. But then again, for OMG's comp, let's be real. If you're getting to the point where you're having to DPS check a Poppy and a Cassante, particularly the Cassante, Poppy jungle doesn't tend to build tank items. It's like Sundered Sky into like Dead Man's. So it takes her a while before she builds any realistic amount of armor. If you're having to DPS check a Cassante, then you failed the game with a comp like this. Like, you are looking to snowball incredibly aggressively. So I have a lot more sympathy for lethality builds on Jhin. I'm assuming it's the Ghostblade, but it could be Collector, and I'd be okay with it this game, basically, is what I'm saying. It plays into the composition's identity, at least. Snowball and snowball hard. Being spotted out by that captive audience will mean he's a known quantity. Harry getting some plates topside. Quite happy about that. Cassante on a reset timing. Harry's actually playing this lane up very well. Up quite a lot of gold. And again, if there was some late game insurance, a Zahen can certainly be that for you. Syndra going for a burst build. That's Ludens and Sorcerer's Shoes. Again, everyone knows the assignment on OMG. I want to hit people really, really, really hard with my burst. Consistent DPS is for wimps and weaklings. My R button must be scary. That's the play here. And it is Collector on the Jhin. It's a comp identity thing. In a lot of other games, you'd see more mid-game focused, more consistent CDR builds, that kind of idea. Not here, not today. You want your burst to be as deadly as possible. The side of LGD, maybe that's a good thing if you can get a bit further beyond that. Oh, worth noting, Caitlyn's got Hextech Optics first item. Huh. Obviously, does get a lot of value out of the item. It is a bit cheaper. Unusual for it not to be something like some, say, the Yuntal Wild Arrows. Or even something like a Collector herself. See what the build turns into. Oh. And that pick could have been quite dangerous. If OMG don't keep the snowball going, though, this gold lead is not going to be enough. This comp needs to keep accelerating. You will always have good burst. And there's enough squishy people here that there will always be that threat range. But Pyke is just an incredibly snowball-heavy champion. We've all seen games where Pyke gets ahead and then dies a couple times and it all gets turned around. That can still very much happen here, especially if you start missing some key screenshots. Curious to see what he goes into after the Hex Optics on the Caitlyn. It's a good item on her. She abuses it very well. We'll keep our eyes on that build as it develops. Basically, the further away you are, the more damage you do. And you get extra attack range. Good stuff for her. Sassy's going to have a very unfun time. Good path maker. Unleashes the power, and he's dragged him onto turret. Nicely done from Sassy. Oops. Rayo, that one wasn't superb. I think they were hoping that burst would be enough, but I think it largely went into a path maker, so the resists were in. Not fantastic. From the jungler there. Little bit over force. He would have been okay with the flash burn. But yeah, Flag and Drag gets buffered through by the Pathmaker. I think the ult at least partially tagged into that as well. Sang Yuan. Ooh, has to flash that Scatter the Weak, or I think he would have been a dead man. Correct, but now that Summoner spell is down. And again, the more flashes you're down into this composition, the better OMG feel. Dragon a piece so far. Still waiting on the support quest from Moam, who's been doing a lot of roaming, not necessarily that much warding. There's a level up on YCX, which is hilarious. Herald started. Interesting. Here we go. Traps down as well. Moam does skirt around the edge of that. Very good. Flash hook into the Phantom Undertow. Force the flash from Xiaoye, but now the curtains get called. Lot of key flashes down. Last shot lands. Oh, buffer through on the Keeper's Verdict. Gets through the back line of this. Now Heng is in danger. Gets knocked up by the Dark Englaive. YCX left very, very low indeed. Heroic charge. Flash on forward with an Orient Rush. The exhaust is there, but they still get the kill on YCX, and the Herald is secured. OMG. Dangerous in these 5v5s right now. Sassy looking for the Q3, just get the pullback. I don't know how much Sassy wants this. Doesn't have the ability, I think, to truly go all out here. To at least get that crystallized proc for the hook. Again, Sassy is probably the problem here for OMG. Harry, though, does get that first turret topside. Rayo comes across. Should be able to get these turrets grubs. Picked up by LGD. Herald there by OMG. I've now seen that all of those role quests are completed. As you can see, OMG's very scary pick. Been problematic for LGD when they don't have vision control. This Pyke has been such a menace. Flashing there to get stuff off of Xiaoye. Again, Tang Yuan, Xiaoye, YCX. Sassy, everyone, in fact, from LGD down their flash is kind of blanked on the Hex flash there for a second from Heng. Making the pick very scary here. Again, if the pick doesn't work out, if that first rotation isn't genuinely a threat, then we start to get a bit more worried about OMG. Whether that'll be an issue is a different matter. Should get the Herald charge and do. 4 plates now in mid lane. Nice hook onto Xiaoye. Deadly flourish. Not going to see it turn into anything more. A little bit of a Defiant shield there. Denies that. Soul Flare briefly in mid lane. I believe it's Harry. Harry? You know what? I believe I'm saying it right. It's not Harry, for sure. It's Harry. Second Dragon picked up. Harry backs away. You're a real top laner, Harry. It's not that. Now I'm thinking it. Now I'm overthinking it, though. Still, only 3,000 gold. It is a big lead in paper, but again, you're running a Pyke comp. You've gone for collector builds and Luden builds. You really, really, really need this mid game to stick. Because if it doesn't, then we get a bit more worried. Most hirsute of top laners. Mid lane turret does fall there for LGD. Make that happen. Bone Skewer lands onto Heng. Gravity Field, buffer through on the Keeper's verdict means that's a Poppy that doesn't get to survive. She has Phase Rush and some Merc Treads. And that TP could really suck. Sassy now in a dangerous position, has to flash the flag and drag. The Cataclysm comes on down, the Deadly Flourish is on in. Scatter the Weak goes wide. Bone Skewer. Sassy just doesn't actually take damage currently. Gets the knock-up. Flag and drag. Gravity Field. He just walks away. In comes the Grim Deliverance. Looking for a little bit more. The Phantom Undertow. The Phantom Undertow. The death from below does not land, but that might still allow a reset. Rayo goes looking for the flag and drag. The Scatter the Weak lands, but will not find more. They do finally bring down Sassy, but that was a solid 30 seconds of skill shots. And you can sort of see how Sassy could become a problem as this game goes on. Harry, at least on this Zahen, could be a turnaround. But again, hang here. The moment this Scout of the Week, or this Keeper's Verdict, rather, is buffered through, it's a very dead man. You're just not tanky with Sundered Sky and Merc Treads. Sassy then teleports in and goes, oh boy. It's still pretty tanky. So this is a very long, thought-out attempt on Sassy's life. Grim Deliverance eventually forced, and they do get the kill. The all-out just not quite far enough. If we dragged on the turret, it might have been a bit of a different state of affairs. Wasn't quite. Starry gets the kill. Mid lane turret still standing there for LGD, just about. Moam hunting for more vision control. Turret falls. And again, now all the outer turrets have fallen, and suddenly things like the Jarvan Pike with the long range follow-up of a Jhin, slightly less long range follow-up of a Syndra, becomes increasingly difficult. Because no one really, outside of the K'Sante, can tank the skill shot. Towards the blue buff we look. Moam is around. Sassy threatening with the Antofo strikes. Moam is by themselves, so just needs to be a bit careful. It's jumped on. Should be able to escape. Does so. Got some honey fruit to secure some HP back. Aaron up. 50 seconds until next dragon will be soul point for OMG. That would be a win condition. Hex soul. I do think being stuck on the objectives first could be a bit scary for OMG. Shadow Flame picked up for Haichao, who's also got 9 stacks on the Dark Seal. Oh my god, this Syndra will pop someone. YCX in particular, I think, is very vulnerable right now for the burst. Of course, Heng as well, who's not really got all that much magic resist. Some Merc Treads are nice and all. It's not exactly a force of nature or whatever. Serious risk of getting one-shot by a number of different abilities chained together. Lord Dom's third from Starry being built towards. Help towards some of those HP stackers and help deal with the armor from Sassy. There, in fact, is that Lord Dominic's regards that I was musing about. Does feel very nice on the Jhin to have that extra bit of armor pen. Can go Infinity Edge 4th and be very scary. Inf Edge second was Daria's build. Onto the Caitlyn. I imagine it'll be Lord Dominic's regards third. A little bit shy on attack speed, but hey. With the Berserker Greaves should be alright. This will be Dragon taken. Syndra and the Pike hanging off vision, meaning it's very, very dangerous to walk through that red side jungle. Teleport topside. Is wide. Bone Skewer. When are we getting a Kebab Pike skin? Trolling that wave. Disappears. Looking for the hook. Can't quite find it. It has just slowed down. I think LGD have gone, look, we just can't fight. We need to wait. We need to wait. We need to wait. The problem is now, no one's actually able to stand in the face of Harry, who's actually just quietly been having an absolute stormer again. Nearly up 2,000 gold. In fact, he will be after this turret. Sassy probably was tanky in that fight, and that was a fun moment. Is still down 40 CS in a number of turrets. Starry also incredibly fed in terms of gold. 4-1 and 4. Some good numbers for a Jhin. Hangyuan jumped at. TP comes flying. There's the Bone Skewer. They'll take the teleport quite happily. Sante joins, and Harry just wanders up freely. Is Moam in danger? No, because he has a Phantom Undertow. Starry is saved from an ace in the hole by a body block from the Zahen. The dulcet choir, Demacia, continues to play in the background. Sassy footwork into Antofo. Strikes will force Moam to back away. Again, one of the issues OMG might run into is actually fighting melee range of wards is not very fun for them. Pike notoriously vulnerable to being picked off post a certain point. Harry is being jumped on in the 1v2, flashing for the knockup. Nearly at the passive. Ult! Does not quite get it because the flash out. No passive to be found. Good flash from Xiaoye. Secures that one. No response from OMG. Well, that'll do. Flash of Xiaoye could be problematic, but he gets the kill. That's important. This Caitlyn was a long, long way behind. Look how close Harry was to a death dance there. That could have been a bit of a problematic moment. Again, OMG, we've talked about it. Snowball very well. But need to keep the pressure up. This is a Pike comp. It's a very squishy burst build on most of these characters as well. Look at Syndra's inventory as we've been talking about. The consistent DPS, the front line. Suspect in this game, to say the least. 2 minutes until the next dragon. That would be Soul for OMG. But I think if this dragon goes wrong, or Baron goes over, then LGD start to be able to threaten a lot more readily. That's a good pick, though. ICX forced the flash, and now both bot laners without the flash, as is Heng coming into this next dragon fight. Brief reminder before we do get to an objective fight. Exclamation mark Opera GX in chat. Come support us by downloading Opera GX. Cool browser. You use our referral link, you help support the channel. And it is a cool browser, so for those of you who have not done so yet, do think about downloading Opera GX. It's actually quite a cool browser. And it doesn't cost you any money, just a couple minutes of your time. And genuinely, if you are enjoying the show, it would mean the world to myself and Alex if you did give that a look. Whereas brother Alex, taking a break today, because he's just done the last 3 by himself, basically. And Grey Height in yesterday did a great job. To understanding went, hey, can I take a day off? I was like, yeah, that's fine, I'll stream from here. So I am streaming from the remote setup. Ooh, the dunk. Flash out. They blast the jungler, and Rayo gets away. Remember what we said about lack of flashes being problematic? They were. Sassy survived for a while, but how much longer? CC chain is good. Rayo actually takes a lot down into Q3. The CC chain after. And Starry pops him eventually. The Lord Dominic's regards. Delivered first class through Casante's skull. OMG picked their moment. The lack of flash is hurt in the Cataclysm, and they get annihilated. LGD, I fear, maybe bidding farewell to their time on stage for at least Winter Split. OMG, breathing a sigh of relief, may well have found their way to the Knights Road stage 2 playoffs. Have a look at the replay again. The flash cataclysm, the flag, the drag. The unleashed power pops one. And the lethality combos of Jin, Pike, Jarvan, the other. I wonder whether Sassy might be able to do some work, but unfortunately, Victor wasn't really there. And now they are up 8,000 gold, can turn to Dragon, and that will be Soul and Baron. And a game that was stalling out somewhat, we began to just muse about Pike comps and their propensity for falling off. If they don't keep going, well, no need to worry about that now. There's a death cap in Syndra's inventory. Hai Chao. Raw AP. All they care about now, especially with that passive fully stacked, the Splinters of Wrath are all in. And Syndra, more than willing to show her displeasure to LGD. The weak, not quite scattered there as Sassy nopes out with some fancy footwork. With the Hex Soul. No real way to defend this turret, and LGD, oh LGD, they'll be ruining that game one throw. They were 8,000 gold ahead. This could have been a 2-0. And that fumble could well be coming back to haunt them now. Oh! Oh my god! Oh my god! Quite literally, the team. Avert your eyes. Dark Goddess is descended in the form of Syndra. 7-0-5. And that, I suspect, is game, and what a way to do it. A flash hurt. The bones are skewered, but aren't necessarily truly debilitating. But flash forwards, and Starry tries to pull a Hai Chao. He's got the burst as well. To the next as we go, so Grim Deliverance, and oh my god! We'll send LGD bottom 2 and remove them from contention for winter playoffs. OMG, avert disaster. In game one, the turnaround of 10,000 gold swing earned them a game one victory. It took them to game 3 to secure the series win, but they do it. And deliver unto us a fantastic showing there. Really, really, truly. Turn the camera back on. We'll run some quick ads. Whoa, 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 whoa. What's that? Getting a bit fried there, are we? Oh, I've got to reset that. That's so annoying. That's fine. Dream will stumble a little bit here while we're opening up tabs and stuff. It's the way of these things. I'll drop that volume here. Very, very good stuff in general. Hey, Amber, good to see you. Thank you all for the follows. We will indeed have... You know, Bubble Shinobi, I see it. I see it. Well, well, well. Thank you again for the new user on Opera GX. Again, for those of you who've not done Opera GX yet, consider joining us via the affiliate link I will throw into chat. Means the world to those of you who do choose to support us. Let me... Where do I need to go? I need to go to... I'm on the wrong thing. I'm on the right thing already. Oh yeah, interact. Pop that music down so we don't get done in by all of those copyright shenanigans. Have some nice dulcet tones from Diana. When we get an interview, we'll have a look at that, and we'll make sure I leave you with that interview. All right, Corey, thanks for joining in. Appreciate you for being here. Billy, next. Oh, yes. Hey, thank you for the bits, Corey. Much, much, much appreciated. Thank you for looking after us. Again, please do consider donating via the Ko-fi, subscribing on Twitch. If you've not done already, it makes all the difference to myself and Al. Especially if we're trying to make this a viable career option. So if you are enjoying what you're seeing, then please do make sure to support if you can. There's the Ko-fi link. Beautiful. Go down. Let's go. Sorry, a bit out of chat there. What did I miss? Anything cool? Yeah, when the post-game info comes, yep, that's absolutely fine. Absolutely can do that. No worries. I'll make sure to turn that camera on so you can see what's going on. Not a problem. You're all right, King. We'll make sure you can happen. That's no problem. I try to anyway, because otherwise you can't see what's happening, which is a bit annoying. So when we see that, we'll do that. Right, let me just make sure I'm moving these things around. Should be okay. Hey, Monkey D. Raffy. A pleasure, a pleasure, a pleasure. Sam, did I not? Oh, I tell you why I didn't before. It's because I was resolving some issues in the background. But that's fine. Thank you for the reminder again, just because I'm on a remote setup, there's a couple bits to sort out. But there we go. We can have a look at this. Whoa! That was the wrong thing. What did I do? Ah. Oops. There you go. Oops. No, Huya, come back. Oh, for God's sake. Phew. Oops. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Definitely managed to turn off the wrong source there briefly. Technology is hard. Apparently so. Oh, my camera's behind this now. Oh, hang on. There we go. That's better. That'll do it. That'll do it. A roast for Yoetis. The reason I just turned off the feed was because I couldn't stand to see your name on my screen any longer. I had to immediately remove it because it was absolutely disgusting to see you here in chat. Can't believe you're here, sullying the rest of our day with your presence. How's that? And that way I get to absolve myself of my failings as well. Beautiful.
如果要你来给一个队内的 MVP POG 的话，你会给谁呢？
Twitch found this guy too mean. Right, I'll shut up and let you guys listen.
都是 MVP。对，今天都发挥得非常的好。那其实最近看 OMG 的比赛的话，有一个感觉，你们在落后经济或者说落后资源的时候，不会着急了，是怎么去做到慢慢稳住心态，不让这个劣势再扩大的呢？
就我们，就每个人都在沟通，就先发育好自己的，然后别急，然后就后面就是一波团的事，然后就打团就好了。
哎，说到了一波团的事，因为第一局最重要的那一波在第5条小龙处的那波团战嘛，是改变了什么样的思路呢？因为之前你有几个沙浪大招推的还不错，但是可能自己进去先被集火的一个情况，所以是怎么去调整的呢？
因为对面双 C 对面那个阵容到中后期就没有伤害嘛，然后只需要打前排就好了。
在第3局的时候，这么紧张的一个情况下，为什么选出了派克？因为在这个版本不算特别的优选嘛。
魔幻当时就特别自信吧，他说给他派克，我还给他20秒考虑时间，他就说派克，我就锁了。
非常的坚定啊，也是对自己的这个英雄非常的自信。其实，在第3局的时候，前面的一波4v4的团战打完之后，就奠定了胜局了，因为你有一个2个头的超前发育的中单了嘛，所以那波团是怎么去沟通的呢？
那波我事先说好，我会被维克托卡嘛，然后他们说能打，然后我就慢点靠，就过去就收头了。
现在也是进入到了我们的骑士之路啊，也是下一个阶段了。包括要遇到的对手，可能也会更加困难一些。之前超哥有说到，非常想在赛场上证明自己，然后包括 Starry 也说到，其实大家都是非常有实力的人，可能有的时候有点紧张，没有办法发挥出自己100%的一个实力。在骑士之路开始之前，有没有什么想对自己和队友们说的呢？
就其实主要还是放轻松嘛，因为感觉就是比赛和训练赛。 不一样，我们的表现不一样，就是大家放轻松，打好 自己的，然后做好自己该做的就可以了。
以一个挑战者的姿态去进行下一轮。好的，也谢谢海超来到我们赛后采访的环节。接下来把时间交还给解说席。
There you have it. I'll turn the camera on briefly and turn us all back to Diana to avoid any of those shenanigans. Okay, guys, I'm going to get myself a refill on coffee. And I'll be back for our next series, which will be Weibo versus BLG, which should be a great time for all involved. So please do come and tune in for that one. But I could use some coffee. Probably a piece of toast. Ooh, player of the match there for Rayo. Hell yeah. You know, player of the player. He was very, very good across the series on the whole. Pantheon, a little bit more dubious. But successful, I fear. Oh, I slept funny last night, chap, and my hip is very unpleased with me. I woke up this morning in blinding pain. But what have I done? I've just like slept funny on my hip. Very displeased with me. Food is occurring shortly, which is great news for me. I have reason to believe Syndra has no counterplay. Ah, recent games, huh? Recent games, huh? Oh, come on. Reload it then. Very frustrating, yeah. Okay. That'll do it. That'll do. Oh. My mistake for playing melee and ARAM. Ah, one of those mistakes. BLG, return to your coded form, please. Says Soycrom. Yeah, I don't blame you for being a little underwhelmed, shall we say, with their current form. It's not been fantastic. They had a really great run and then had the back-to-back losses to JDG. The drama with Bin, where stormed out of the building after an argument with, like, not necessarily with management rather than the team, if that makes sense. So more like the organization rather than necessarily the coaching staff and crew. A lot of rumors about what that was about, but you know, nothing fully confirmed. And there's been all right, King Parla, boo, boo, King Parla rather. But we are still. Not scroll down on this? What's going on? Why can I not scroll down on this? Okay, that's very annoying. There we go, that's fine. Cool. Yeah, so yeah, there was a whole thing there, exactly. We're not quite sure what happened on that one, but there you are. There you are. For those of you who don't want to deal with ads, by the way, do consider subscribing on the Twitch channel. We'll avoid those. Ko-fi link is available as well for those who've not done the Ko-fi. And of course, Opera GX is our sponsor as well. So for those of you who are looking at browsers, it's a great way to do some stuff. Here is our team. We've got Bin, Shun, Knight, Viper, and on. Bin indeed starting. All of that drama is still sticking around. It's been a bit of a whirl because BLG started looking really good, really hot. And they had a couple games where they didn't snowball early. Viper was a bit disconnected from the team. Bin wasn't laning super well. Knight got not necessarily destroyed in lane, but certainly held to account. He wasn't snowballed ahead of curve, well out of reach, and it became very problematic. Weibo on the other side. It's not been perfect, but we have started to see some really good stuff from Xiaohu, looking very good there. There's some of our damage share. Elk, in particular, has had a monster showing of late. He's been very, very good, though when it's gone wrong, he has ended up giving away more kills than I would like, as is ever the case with Elk. Sometimes there are those moments where if he doesn't snowball, he can be a little bit caught out. The BLG outfit is really cool. It is, it is, it is. Oh, Huya, don't do that to me. The stronger you are, the stronger they are. Exactly. Elk and Viper, I think, understandably, going to be our look into the Rift today. Is that Samira win rate? It might be Samira win rate, I think, actually, because obviously she's got a new skin. Oh my days, Xiaohu's about to time Mako for most LPL games. Of course, Mako taking a break at the minute has been the #1 for a very long time. But this would put him ahead of, put him tied with Mako. By the end of today, Xiaohu's going to have more matches than Mako. Shun and Jirjit being our key players, interestingly here. I think they have both been very, very core to how the teams are playing the game. Jirjit has been fantastic in terms of ability to threaten objectives, get things rolling. Him and Xiaohu as a combo have been very, very dangerous. Shun, the atmosphere maker in BLG, very good at linking up with On, off early lane priority to make things happen. When Shun hasn't been able to impact the game, it does feel like BLG have looked a lot more no, disconnected. Been a bit of a problematic problem. Bit of a problematic problem. Good grief, Sam. We can do better than that. Problematic component to the gameplay. Maybe a better way of doing it. Right, I'm going to turn my camera off and make sure I've got my food. I've got soup, chat. Homemade soup. Very excited. An interview happening. Apologies. I'm going to grab my soup from the microwave. Turn this on so we can all hear what's happening. Apologies, guys. There we go.
打团是非常重要的，就团战落位，还有提前量要准备好。
可以看到你们最近在这个方面也是越做越好了，在朝着更好的方向走去。
I've always liked his reaction, buddy.
距离你们的赛季目标达成了多少了呢？
我们短暂的赛季目标就是进前4，不打骑士之路就行了。就是目前再赢下来的话就可以完成了。
好的，那我们比赛见。
Where do you have Xiaohu all time? Oh man, there's a question. In terms of the LPL, it's him and Meiko who are the current GOATs, with Knight steaming up behind them depending on how successful they are in terms of getting some additional accolades. But I think for a while I had it as Xiaohu Meiko as our top 2 in terms of GOATs from the LPL. I think obviously he's fallen away over the last few years from his like real imperial heights. Just in time, absolutely. In terms of a global sense, man, I had to think that through. So who are your GOAT mid laners of all time? Faker, Rookie, Chovy, or non-negotiable? Then you start having conversations with people about people like Caps, about people like Xiaohu, about people like Knight. Actually, Knight probably has to go up to. Knight's getting towards there as well. But again, there's a certain like length and depth of what's the word I'm looking for here? Like a body of work. Caps got to be up there. Perks, Alex Ich, Froggen. Peke. There's a lot of people to start going through, and I think for people who weren't around at the time, a lot of those names are very easy to dismiss. I'm not sure how reasonable that actively is. But anyway, heading towards draft for game number 1. I may be eating some soup while I do this, guys. Alex Ich and Froggen, exactly. Alex Ich was my my favorite mid laner. It's good soup. Very good soup. I'll wait a little bit before I do that. Hasn't Froggen Giga buff now, is he? I've not seen any pictures of him in recent moments. A little pilk, says Corey. By the way, I missed that one. Froggen for me. I mean, it's completely fair. I mean, Onivia being back in meta is hilarious. Froggen's out there like, it's time. Bring me back. Great soup. Just great soup. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, he then absolutely crashed out in playoffs just after winning the MVP, but it was very funny. It's a fairly hard part to miss, though. Right, draft incoming. I'm hoping. That's looking likely. Okay, I need to move my camera and the Opera GX up a little. That can go there. There we go. Okay, BLG will be getting first pick over on red side. Weibo Gaming on blue with the counter pick option. Malphite, Nymaera, Jarvan off the board. Jace, Nico. It's going to be the Rumble or the Orianna. One of them's getting through. Bin's Rumble's a lot less bad than it used to be. Orianna banned. Understandable. Knight, don't give him the Orianna. This is then the Rumble now? Am I missing anything here that should normally be banned? Possibly. As it, off the top of my head, I don't think I'm forgetting anything super crazy. The Jace, the Malphite is gone, of course. There probably is a Rumble. Be the most obvious choice. That's no pick. Oh, there it is. Thank you. There's the Rumble. And it has been a lot better. The Varus have, of course, been something that's been very high priority of late. Is strictly a flex top if you are Hoya over in a couple other squads. Zia locked in as well. Your backline range, very, very good at this point. You can run the Varus poke and not feel too bad about it. Just picking up the Shins out early can be feel pretty nice. There is still Scion up and available here. And worth noting, of course, that with the Rumble locked in, can't really just pick it up here. I'll also say the Varus has been a flex into Rumble specifically. Varus has been bullying Rumble horribly. It's been miserable for the Rumble. Yeah, Wembo not playing. They resolved the issues, and Bin is now playing again. Knight debating going to his Galio. He does love to run this very high AP. You've got the Shins out to triangulate upon and go diving on in. Can feel pretty good. May just be the Rise, though. You already see the Azir, so you're not afraid of things like the Cassiopeia or the Onivia coming out to make your life really tricky. Apologies, I may have missed the additional input from other people there. That's fine. 1 second. Hooya ads. Hooya! Leave us. Second phase of bans shortly after Weibo make their decision. Ambessa could theoretically be a jungler for JJ. Was really, really being played in the jungle, and then kind of just slipped away from being the regular option, back to being top again. Sivir banned. And a compliment for Duo. Your love of Bel'Veth is incredibly endearing, and I hope for your sake, the Bel'Veth becomes meta again. One of these days, the flappy Mantagel may once again return to Summoner's Rift. It's not. Is it not jungle Ambessa? Isn't Rumble a really hard match for Ambessa? That's what I was wondering, honestly, Warring. I mean, like, it's most melee matchups into Rumble suck. There's no real way around it. with the exception of Galio. So there is a real world where you just take it and suck it up and go down 10 CS and just be good at Eclipse. Because Zucker does love the Ambessa. Sivir misfortune away from Viper. Viper could probably just get away with an Ezreal here if he has to. I'm not sure. But yeah, it's still a flex, basically, because there's a world where you throw the Varus top, the Ambessa jungle, if you really want to do it. Depends on how practiced Zucker is at it. The car. Right. What are we locking here? Support, maybe? Vi would then confirm Ambessa top, Varus jungle, Varus support, well, Varus support, Varus spot lane, good grief. All of the roles he's not. JJ is a very long-time Vi player. Vi Ambessa is also very good. Cease and deceased. Public execution of the cease and desist combo together. Very oppressive. Was a big thing last year when Ambessa was first kind of really flexing her might. The Ezreal we were wondering about. Viper is a long-time Ezreal. Enjoy it and very good. The champion, we got a lot of people diving for your head. The mobility can feel very good. I will say, I think Weibo's comp is a lot more coherent. A lot more coherent. Triple dive. And good pick to blow up those initial targets and allow the DPS of the Varus and the Azir to continue from that. BLG, decent zone control, decent AoE with the Rumble, the Rise, the Crescent Guards. But it's a little bit more jack of all trades. We'll want to make sure that the Rumble and the Xin Zhao get doing things early. Bard potentially with that range advantage there as well. Potentially allow you to fight the Varus early. You want that early power from the Xin Zhao to not go to waste. I think if you do get to start getting to like level 6 to level 11, might get a little bit trickier. Again, Rumble should spike a bit earlier. Yeah, I think Weibo Gaming a little bit more on theme. BLG certainly got their tools to work with here. I think their side lanes are going to be very scary as well. Rise and Rumble. Be dicey to manage. Anyway, time to up our volumes. Turn my camera off. Boop. Get ready for our first game of this series. The Lagundia Jayos afterwards. Zaraki, the second one to sign up with Opera. You might well be. But I need to move it around. For those of you not signed up with Opera GX, please consider doing so. It does help support me and Alex. The more you do this, the more we can keep this subscription up. Or this sponsor up. And then we get paid, and that's really good. So please do consider using the Opera GX link. Heals, burn bot. The VLG are the ones with the early shove. Viper unable to do that. I think they're going to be a lot less ult-reliant at BLG. You can sort of see the spike there in the mid-game, very, very strong from them. They use that early lane priority from the double range, from the Rumble. Set up for that early string of successes that BLGs do so love to play for. I think it does come into straight 5v5s later. Weibo with all their ults available become a very formidable force. BLG a little less ult-reliant. Of course, Equalizer always lovely. Temper Fate, you know how that good that can be. Crescent Guard as frontline. All these things are pretty damn cool. Xiaohu with his 1100th total game, tying with Mako. I know it says number 2 at the bottom, and strictly it is because he's the second player to reach this margin. But Mako already at 1100 games. Will be overtaking him next game. Knight just hopping off vision there, seeing what's going on. Fire towards that top side, Shun now towards the bot lane. Magical Journey, Elk's now in danger. Hello, old friend. Tezon takes down his long-time AD carry. Over on Weibo Gaming. Doesn't bother blowing the flash, understandably. He's a dead man. Okay. BLG, Weibo. Both getting some shove on forwards here. Well, BLG got the shove into Weibo specifically. Let me try and get that phrasing correct there. Gets that shove and allows that ward down onto the Raptors. Era looking for an all-in. Does get on top of on. Shield of Daybreak. Turnaround still pretty good. On punished somewhat, but has got a healing shrine he can pick up. Be alright. He's on the T1 bar, I believe. BLG. Some very memorable results against T1. Always been what they've been hoping for. Another Magical Journey angle was theoretically possible there. The early 1,000 gold lead for BLG from these lanes. That's what they were drafting for. He's barred with some sustain can make it more interesting in terms of managing the Varus, who may well just get jumped on here. Oh, hang on. There's an angle for a flashback here. Yeah, it's all a bit of a ruse. The wonderful Cosmic Binding angle. Nelk is dead. Viper gets another. And BLG are off the races in this bot lane. He's run teleport, has Elk. No combat summoners, no heal from Era. And there's not a lot to be done there. You are dead the moment that binding lands across the both of you. Fine force on to regret clearing that ward, and it was all a ruse. Nicely baited out there by BLG. Little look in from GG towards that mid lane, but Knight leaning towards the bot side where the dragon was being started, not in any real threat, and so will help his jungler pick that up. Reset from the bot lane occurring at the back end of this. And BLG start the game 1,800 gold ahead. As somewhat expected, Zucker having about a 10 CS discrepancy in the top lane. There's the Electro Harpoon. And this is what we needed to see out of BLG when they are at their most potent. It is with early dominant lanes. Weibo. They have done a decent enough job over the last few series from a very rocky early start to be able to do that okay, actually. Liked a lot of their drafting. I thought it's been quite creative. Era in particular actually has been a lot better than I anticipated. Not always been perfect, but hey, Weibo currently 0-1 versus BLG. And anyone's legend. The two teams with some of the scarier jungle supports. The ability to just make Weibo's laning phase a lot less comfortable than they'd like. And Elk from behind just isn't the same from Elk from even or, God forbid, ahead for the enemy team. Now for the run walk play. Bit slow from Weibo. I think there's really a defensive option here. Topic execution. Now they can maybe turn it around. Knight flashes away. Turret aggro taken. And flash is blown. Zucker blows flash. Knight blows flash. Shun now in this jungle. If this Vault Breaker comes on forward. Oh, GG. This is tough. He's going to have to flash out. Flash forwards over the wall from Shun. Cease and desist to buy some time. Shun also with the Crescent Guard looking for the kill. The healing. Goes forwards, get the kill. Cosmic Binding down. It's messy over here. And they'll make sure it's the 1-for-1. Ura trying to run away. May well get stunned. On gets towards this turret trying to run away. There'll be a Zenith Blade. On now in danger himself. They've blown heal and flash already. Bin now here though. Makes this a bit of a dicey moment. Xiaohu comes on in. The stun comes on down and they lose an additional member. Bit far there from BLG. The reset from Ura allows him to come across and make that a bit more of an uneven affair. But Zucker stepping forward. Ura is still here. Bin in range for XP does have an equalizer. Knight punishing GOG, and again, because of that roam top, Xiaohu will lose a wave. Still BLG with a solid gold lead, but nice punish there from Weibo. Wonder whether the counter punch might not be quite in time. It was. A good spot here. Thought GG was about to be in a horrible spot. The flash over with all that damage there. The Cease and Desist bought some time. I thought with the Crescent Guard, the win becomes light. It was just about going to be enough, but no, that little bit of healing made things a bit dicey. Then On, having flashed in to try and get some value, ends up really trapped. I think maybe if he'd gone the other direction, Finn might have been able to help out with Xiaohu on the roam up. Kind of take that back. It's a good Cosmic Binding stun, but hey, On joining Shun on a journey into the depths does end up taking that little bit far. Of course, Viper still handily ahead of Elk here in this bot lane. Gets himself a second plate. JJ picks up grubs. And it is still a good early gold lead to BLG, but at least Weibo able to punch back somewhat. No puns intended to the Vi. Good pick up those Krugs nonetheless. Oh, I saw that miss. CS there, Viper. How dare you? Unusual to see Varus this far down, but again, a couple kills. The double range matchup has made things quite tricky down there. Yeah, it's because I don't actually have the socials banner on here right now. I need to go hunting through Discord and find them. I'll try and do that between games. But yes, I do need to pick that up. Towards the dragon we look. Could be relatively simple, I think, for BLG to pick up at this point. Will be their second. Again, despite that slight fumble top side, are still the ones who've largely been in control of the map. Dragon secured, no real contest. Again, though, BLG, as we've kind of noted, do want to make the most of these early pushing lanes. Into corruption, good hop away. Good poke back onto On though. Some overloads coming through mid, not too much more there. We are are just waiting for our next big play of the game. JJ will potentially be a danger, but Era on the roam means they've got the support here on just coming over now. Bin roaming down. This gets interesting. A number of members available. The early priority. Xiao, who slides in, can't quite get the angle for the Emperor's Divide. Gonna have to do it now to try and disengage, but there's a speed up from Knight. The equalizer after. Flash, magical journey. Knight gonna look for an overload. Forced to sidestep from Xiao, but there's the route. The flash on forwards. Knight gets the kill. And an ill-advised shuffle forwards there from Xiao, who couldn't find the angle for the Emperor's Divide and ended up being jumped on by a number of members, and Knight gets the kill. Gives himself a gold lead as well. Reset from Elk. We'll be able to TP back in, but there's a crystallized proc. There's the plate. Viper up another 90 gold. Sees Era. Doesn't land his skill shots. That's 2 wide. 3 wide if you count Era's there as well. Finally lands one. Hail of arrows. Solar flare. Cleanse away. Flash as well. Damn. Okay, well, that's the additional summoner there from Viper. As he went hopping forwards, they're expecting a bit more support, and I think the Knight being forced out of the river there by JJ caused a bit of strife. Chains of Corruption, Solar Flare down, but they do get the flash and the cleanse out of Viper. Mid lane roll quest finally done for Weibo. Still waiting on support. I think Viper probably overstepping a bit there. Was really unnecessary. JJ is around again with no cleanse. This gets a bit dicey. Magical Journey. There's the barrier from the spellbook. Good on Elk for recovering in that lane. Was down 10 odd CS. Not so much anymore. Still down a fair amount of gold, but not the end of the world, actually. Only a couple hundred now. Kind of crazy. Despite being 0 and 2. That's very good gold recovery. Where's he managed to pick that up from? Has he got first strike or something? No plates. Only down 100 gold. Ah, he's gone Comet as well. So how come he's so even in gold then? Because that's 3 plates and a kill and an assist. Where on earth has Elk picked up all that extra gold from? Maybe he completed the role quest earlier. Maybe that's what it was. With the teleport, he might have just completed role quest earlier. That might be it. Herald being started by BLG. Could be secure without too much contest. Maybe Viper missed every cannon. I mean, maybe. Still very unlikely. But, you know. Either way, good from Elk. Zucker did not enjoy that at all. There goes the Hex Drinker shield. That'll be on cooldown. Yeah, no, Elk actually now ahead in gold somehow. Well, well, well. Repudiation shield down. Still BLG with the early gold lead. Hasn't really changed over the last 5 minutes. They went down to 1,300 gold and sort of slowly extended it back up to 2k. Dragon alive. Yeah, I know. Where was the 700 gold injection? That's what I'm wondering as well. Did he get cull? Is it a cull diff? He's not got first strike. Maybe he just completed it. Must. I think it's roll quest early. And maybe he got some plates elsewhere on the map. He didn't get them bot. That I saw. Still might have to go back and look over the VOD. Either way, it's done a very good job of coming right back despite being 0 and 2. Tempered Fate, wide. Into Corruption, Solar Flare. Bin jumped on. Equalizing, come on down. Flash away. Zucker very deep. On goes down. The equalizer back. Still scary. Shun in the back line with that crescent guard. Cease and desist. Turns him around. Prevents him from finding that much extra. The rune prison now down. Xiaohu coming on over, though. And the health bars on BLG are next to nowhere. Flash away as Elk goes looking for his own kill there. And Weibo Gaming have the much better health bars. And the man advantage. Look to go towards this dragon. Maybe Viper doesn't have cash back. Oh, yeah, maybe. Well, look at this one. I think it is just Change of Corruption. Cleansed out of Temper Fate also wide. And then... Ah, the spread still hit Bin. Despite the cleanse on Honor. Very interesting. Okay. And good flash in from Weibo to secure the kill. And actually, this is really good CC onto Shun to stop him following up to murder one of those members running away. Problem is, they do end up burning quite a lot to make this happen. So Herald will charge and will gain first turret for BLG. Soul point was denied by Weibo as a result of all that shenaniganery in mid lane, though. Equalizer, not fantastic public execution. Bin in danger, likely going to go down, but there's actually out of cooldowns there on Zucker. Xiaohu tempered by the fate that On provides him, so no one dies. Weibo, they're beginning to come online here a little bit, aren't they? Here we go, potential turnaround. Oh, and the TP in. Oh, man, Xiaohu trapped here with a very limited mana. Shun looking to go on forwards. Can let them knock up with the 3 talent strike. Xiaohu will likely down. Crescent guard on the other side. Good timing. Viper now up, beginning to cycle through some of his own skill shots. And a double kill tonight. Good turnaround from BLG there. Astute use of the Realm Warp and the teleport. Bin face shakes 3 people. Elk's not going to have a great time. Remember, Blue hit flash in the mid lane. JJ gets knocked up and goes down. Bin dies, but at the price of 2. His turret will likely fall as well. Now Zucker is going to fall down as a result of that as well. Probably. Take the turret, guys. Don't die to it. Thank you. Flash away. Lot of CC. Magical Journey to chase him down. Does not have any more Drakehound steps available. And will so get knocked up by the 3 talent strike and goes down. And BLG, with that series of plays, find themselves 4.5k up. Very, very nicely done. They jump onto Bin, and unfortunately, for all they've got TP coming, BLG were already in position. The equalizer's not fantastic, but forces Xiao not to be able to retreat. In goes Zucker, but he gets himself a bit of a cleanse, enough shielding, 3 talent strike, knocks into the wall. They think it's kind of over. But Knight with the roam down the lane has the Realm Warp, Bin resets, TP's back in. Xiao has no mana, no cooldowns, and still at half HP, is left for dead. Then actually it's really astute from BLG to say, look, Knight can kill him just fine. Let's all turn on the rest of the play. Weibo goes down. Back to life we go though. JJ is gone. Tempered Fate lands onto Xiaohu, and he is about to have a horrible time. Stunned into the wall immediately. Viper will arcane shift over and get the kill on the Emperor of Shurima.
Blue team's turret has been destroyed.
Turret falls again. To Baron we go. BLG, for a couple slightly awkward mid-game moments, have managed to find a real edge in this game. Knight now at 5-0. On as well. 100% KP on this Bard has been absolutely everywhere. Reset can look to really hammer home the advantage. They'll have Soul Point available to them in a minute. And continue on from there. On has been one of the best supports in the world. He's been really good this year. I think he's feeling a lot more comfortable with Shun in the jungle. Just feels like he's a lot more empowered to make his really aggressive playmaking moves. He still has his on moments. Off still exists, but it definitely feels like the balance of on to off has been much more on favored, which is really good. Kyle has probably still been the best support in the league, I think, with Tarzan. On has really, really come into this year to play. And the fact we've got a contest for support is very important because the LPL support pool has looked very tepid, shall we say. It's not exactly a hot spring out here of talent. Equalizer onto L. Ghostblade to run away. Does, but will be forced to reset back out of that play. Wave cleared from it as well. And to the Dragon we go. Soul point for BLG. Knight and on the top side of the map. I wonder if they're going to try and defend that turret. No, Knight's just saying, look, it's not worth it. Not with everyone else elsewhere. This would be a really risky 1vx scenario. It does have the Actualizer, and Bin takes the opportunity while that play is happening top lane to go push onto this tier 2.
Blue team's turret has been destroyed.
Viper has a second tier. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Ezreal's doing double tier again? Is that a mistake? Or is that Ezreal tech? You're right, I just kind of blanked on the fact that Viper has a second tier. Any Ezreal knowers in chat? Is it a mistake? Or is it legitimate? Ragdar's spoken about it, okay. Some build Archangels as well. I remember they used to do Archangels, okay. I'll drop him a line afterwards. And Buffet. Ooh, scary. Leads too much. Okay, bit of a look now. That's actually a fairly decent amount of damage on the Knight, but the Seraph Shield keeps him alive. And now in comes Finn. Realm Walk to the other side of the fight. Oh! The alley-oop. They go one way and he just jumps to the other. Oh, there we go. The attempt to pick onto him. $8.7k ahead now at BLG. And that's dragged off some input as well. We saw this LEC yesterday as well. Right. Okay, so it is a thing. It is a thing. Double tier scares better. Right. Into Sarah. I'm assuming it's into like Archangels-y vibes. Also has no so it'll be Archangels, I'm assuming. Can just sit on it, I guess, as well. Gives more mana. So I'm assuming, yeah, I assume it's just Archangels. If you need to turn it into anything. But I'm kind of curious as to what the Rosendetra behind it is. Like, I'm seeing people are doing it. Obviously, it gives more mana. That's always nice. Ezreal does burn through quite a lot of it. Maybe means he doesn't have to pick up some awkward runes and allows him to go elsewhere. Curious as to when and why you would do it, if you see what I mean in the game. Viper jumps on. Tempered Fate buys a lot of time. That'll give him time to get an Arcane Shift off. Gets away. Still got an Arcane Shift and alive. Now, Bin coming on over. The Crescent Guard is good, but Knight now jumped on as well. JJ and Xiaohu looking for the angle. Zucker trading up with Shun. We're buying a lot of time. Viper now DPSing. The equalizer across multiple members. Knight's thrown up JJ, and down goes Xiaohu. Finally, Zucker into the backline. Should finally bring down Viper, and does. Both carries down for BLG, but it costs them so damn much. Elk alone survived right now. And BLG counter-punch the attempt on their AD carry's life. To Baron we go. Soul in 10 seconds. I think realistically, with how slow this is going down, both Knight and Viper should have Baron with them. We'll have a look again. So basically, gets jumped on. Public execution is good. On from the other side, though. The Temper Fate buys a lot of time. And Viper very fast to flash away. Lands the Q. Gets to Arcane Shift. And then it just gets very messy as Knight gets jumped on by Xiaoshu and Xie looking to punish on another angle. Do a decent job of it. The problem is the equalizer lands. Knight has an actualizer and just roasts through people alive. At least Xiaohu takes Knight with him. And Zucker flashing on in on the Ambassador. Secures his 4th kill. And the fact the Ambassador has got 4 kills maybe is your escape option out of this game. The problem is I think if you give up Mountain Soul, it's just going to be so hard. Arm guard broken by Knight. Will be building towards the Zhonya's, I have no doubt, next. Zhonya's done for Bin. A lot of defensive tools available. Makes this very challenging. Kun in the front line there versus 3 people. Does not care. Level 16 GA. Steel caps. I suspect Knight will have a fair amount of gold in inventory, to be fair, Pain. We'll change things around. I'll be curious to see where boots are at as well. But yes, doing a fairly decent job about getting some gold into his own pockets. Nexus charge. Inhibitor turret. Taken low, not down. Bouchard Barrage. Flies across Bin. Potentially a little bit of threat there. Not going to be leading to too much. Nearly 11,000 gold up at this point. Base broken in the bot lane. Mid lane now an angle. Temper Fate just Viper showing up. Forced to back away from the turrets. They're not attacking the wave. There's a good license there. Solar Flare lands. The follow-up. Cleansed by the Mikhails. Ends of Corruption and Solar Flare now down. Weibo game and pulled the trigger, but realized they just don't have the ammunition. Maybe the caliber of bullets to really threaten BLG at this point. Realize they're running with a pop gun. And BLG came arm for bear. Realm Warp topside, nicely done. Pressure continues, 14 seconds left on the Baron, looking to try and get a little bit more value while they can here. 28 seconds, should probably get another play. Oh, in comes Bin with the equalizer. Oh, he traps them all under the turret. Oh dear, Error left, roasted alive by Bin, and all the while Weibo are taken apart by BLG's other members. Caught between a rock and a flaming wall. To the Nexus, BLG will storm. They're looking for help. They want their former AD carry come out to play. Oh, they are. They're going to dive him on. Goes looking for it. Having some fun at the end of the game. But game 1, nonetheless, will go the way of BLG, and convincingly so. In the end, a convincing game. In the end, a convincing game. Not entirely perfect, but BLG on the whole had the early lane priority and abused it well. We had some issues with BLG earlier in the week got done in by JDG, who just had better early game plans. And BLG, without the lane dominance, is often a much more narrow win condition. Yeah, Trash. I know what you mean. The Vi didn't really get a lot done, did they? I think JJ tried to make some moves. Like, we saw a couple. We saw the counter gank top that was good. And we saw some attempts towards that bot lane. But I think BLG were just ready for it. And again, it's very difficult as the Vi to make a lot of aggressive moves when when every lane is shoved in. Where do you realistically gank proactively? You're almost obligated to be reactive. And it's just very tough. I think it's less an issue of the Vi and more an issue of the lanes the Vi had to work on. Like, if you had a winning lane somewhere, it might have been a bit more doable. That's not to say JJ couldn't have found more to do. But I do think, compare that to, like, who was running the Vi earlier? Was it Heng? Heng earlier had a pretty good showing on it. But it was just a lot easier to make things happen, especially once a snowball happened. But hey, it's done. All right, guys, if you have not done so as yet, please consider subscribing on Twitch, donating to the Ko-fi link, and signing up for Opera GX, which we have now got as a sponsor. We've picked up a couple users today already, which is bloody awesome. Thank you guys for coming and supporting us. It is much, much, much appreciated. There's the Ko-fi. There is Opera GX. And again, it's not going to cost you any money, just a little bit of time. And it's actually a really good browser, so consider it. Much appreciated to those who do. And if you don't want to hit adverts, absolutely, you just need to subscribe. Oh, Huya, have you heard? You have heard. Okay, whoops. Go on, Huya. Sort it out. Oh, it's doing this, is it? That's very annoying. Stop it. Stop it, Huya. Well, at least it's doing it outside of the game rather than in the game, which would have been more annoying. Still, BLG map 1, completely untrustworthy, also very fair. I would have agreed that's... they've been known to throw. They have been known to throw. Hang on, I think I'll need to reload Huya here. It's being a bit funny. Alright. Excuse me a moment while I mess with this, eh? Let's reload this. Okay, that'll be fine. Seems to be a bit better now. And I'll do this. Hey, Kites, good to see you. Welcome on in. You can't give up the faith. You can't give up the faith, Pan. You've got to live in delusion. It's not even that delusional. It's not even that delusional. These players are really good. We made a number of world finals. Not like we've had bad runs. Just no worlds win. Not in a while. Why? Scubs, just a heads up. Not a problem. Not a problem. Because you didn't know as yet. But basically, in Twitch chat specifically, we basically ask people that people not to talk like about abject betting stuff. So by all means, ask questions. By all means, discuss the game. None of that's a problem. If you happen to use that information to go spend your money somewhere, that's completely fine. But like odds and stuff like that, we try to avoid. Just to keep the vibes light. We've had some people just be assholes in chat about betting stuff, so we've made that call. So again, feel free to chat, feel free to talk about the game, feel free to be disappointed. All of that stuff's fine. Just that little bit of separation would be much appreciated. So just giving you a little bit of heads up on that one. Thank you very much, mate. Just give me one win LPL and I will regain hope. At least let Chovy win Worlds one time. I mean, to be fair, how do I put this? There is something remarkable about T1's level of dominance of late, but it is one of those things where, like, I remember when people were getting bored back in 2015, 16, and then we missed it when it was gone. So enjoy it while it's here. It is still really cool. Remarkable to see any team be this good for this long. However, I do also understand there's a lot of other good players out there who deserve the win. Hopefully, League of Legends will be around long enough that we get to see a lot of people win over the years. Such is the dream. Let's look at those moments there. I will turn my camera off and make sure I'm locked in for the next game. At least they're making it nail-biting every time we sort of dominate from start to finish. Yeah, there's some truth to that, right? Like, it has actually been some close series, which has been really good fun. When playing as 4th seed this year was crazy. Also, that it was IG they went against. I think IG, if they hit the main stage, would have such a good run as well. I'm so sad we didn't have IG at the main stage. Hell yeah, I believe in the FlyQuest Internationals and C9 Internationals. Let's go, Dom. On 95% KP was really good. That Bard was good. The early ganks from the Magical Journeys, excellent. He would have been my call as well for MVP, I think. I think people are going to implode. Hi, Nymaera. With BLG being a bit up and down and other LPL top teams rebuilding, how competitive do you think LPL currently is on a global scale? Which LPL teams would you consider like top 5, 10 globally? So, hi. Just for the record, I today am Initialise. Alex is taking the day off. He's been streaming by himself basically for the last 3 days because I've been in London doing some stuff with some friends and wider other things that were going on. So, it's just me, Initialise. But I have been doing a lot of LPL with Alex. Like, we do it every day. It's our stream, basically. Just ask me on Nymaera's channel. So my insight as it stands is actually there are a number of very good LPL teams. There's a few LPL teams that match up really well into other LPL teams and poorly into others. So, for example, JDG struggled into teams that could undo their mid-jungle and their jungle support, and that made them a lot more vulnerable. So AL had a good matchup there. BLG struggled into JDG, whose jungle support would be able to counteract their early winning lanes, and also the fact that Hongq could make sure that Knight was just having a normal game, not an exceptional game, and that meant that they were not playing with the lane priority they were used to. Weibo Gaming, if they can get to mid-game, very creative. If they can get early leads through bot, very good. But against lane teams with really, really strong individual laners, have sometimes been known to fall behind and struggle to find a way back in to the mid game where they can make some more of those progressive moves. As we kind of saw that last game, right? BLG winning that early game made things a lot harder for the rest of the team. And they're not always the best at dealing with that. So it makes it quite interesting. But I think BLG still good. AL still good. And JDG, still pretty good, actually. They've all got their flaws and weaknesses, which is partly why we're seeing them drop some games here, particularly in the upper group, because they're playing against other good teams. But we don't have, like, a T1 Gen G scenario where they're just, like, better than everyone else right now. And we're not seeing them play against Ultra Prime or whatever, or OMG or LGD, who are just not quite at the same level, which makes things a bit more challenging to read as well. But I still expect one of those three teams likely to make first stands. And be pretty solid. I don't know whether I put them as favourites, but they'd probably be second or third. I think they'd definitely be able to contest the LCK team, even if the LCK team would be understanding. LPL is definitely being bolstered by the fact that Atakan has gone, because we were just really bad at Atakan. The honest answer. And the fact that it's a very fight-heavy meta, very skirmish-heavy meta, plays really well into a lot of our players' strengths, which often has been those really creative summoner economy fights to set up for very aggressive moves later on. Okay, I'm going to turn my camera off. And I will get ready for our next game. Thank you very much for the answer. That's absolutely fine. Partly why we're here. One of the joys of co-streams is you get to ask these questions and get some answers, which is very helpful. LPL has 2 spots first stand, even better. So yes, we should get a couple good teams going. Well, I hadn't actually tracked that we had 2 start spots for first stand. That's actually good to know. I hadn't looked at the differences there. Losing ICE Chang at an international. GZ, if GZ makes it, that'd be hilarious. Be great fun. Be good, well earned. Hello, folks. I'm sort of back. I am running a little low on energy after a very long weekend, so we'll hold the line. If you don't hit the follow button, please do. If you don't hit the subscribe button, please do. If you don't donate to Ko-fi, please do. Help support myself and Nymaera. Also, Opera GX, guys. Opera GX. What a browser. What a browser. Click on the link. Support us. It actually genuinely doesn't cost you very much at all. Well, it doesn't cost you anything. Just a bit of time. I suppose something time is money, so they say, but it's going to be like 2 cents worth. This is your opportunity to help support us for free. Look at the browser. It's actually quite a good browser, to be honest. Highly recommend it. Hey! Thank you for the subs, Orca. Thank you for looking after us. I think DCJ is on another level. DCG are on another level. I agree. They're very, very good. I've had mid-season predict all the first stand teams. It's Gen G, T1, JDG, BLG, FlyQuest, LOS, LRDCG. Yeah, we're not awful. I think FlyQuest or C9 are our likely options from NA. LR would be hilarious. It's the funniest timeline, and therefore I want it to happen. I still think I think EU's very hard to tell right now because a lot of teams have been very inconsistent, and when they've not been disciplined and have fumbled games, it's often been a bit frustrating, right? Because I think teams have not been particularly consistent in playing for their win cons in good order, which has been very frustrating to track. But thank you for the support, and again, please do go through that link, download it. I think you have to make an account, but it's not that hard. It's like literally 2 minutes work, if that. Can HLE still get to first stand? Oh, no. But Pro could at 0 and 5, baby. What a format, guys. What a format. No team. We are edging towards draft here, actually. So I'm just going to make sure I'm pulled up the various things. In fact, there it is. That is indeed the draft music with its weird wobble. What a weird wobble synth. Alrighty then. Into game number 2 we go. Weibo Gaming over on the red side with the first pick. Hey, Teddy. If you haven't seen Ruddy, then maybe those hashtags don't make sense to you. Even if you have, maybe they don't make sense to you. NLC, baby. NLC. Good to see you, Teddy. The go-to design in esports. He's been doing a lot of the thumbnails and poster designs for Ruddy, their shirts, their jerseys. Did some of those off-season interviews as well. The goats of design here in esports. Last ban now for BLG. Lulu away from on to try and deny the Yunara angle. Nico is going to be up. Nico is going to be up. Interesting. Okay. That just means it's Nico first pick for her, I imagine. You can make Billy's on Billy. It's true. What are we picking in response? Bard's gone, so that's not going to be the lane pick. You just have to tank it up. What other range options do you have? Yunara anyway. Yunara Nami. We'll give you the sustain that Yunara lacks. Still a range support to try and bully out the Nico. A little bit of risk of the Tangle Barbs. That's the name of the ability. Took me a second there. Don't have the lock support quite yet. Blind Katarina would be incredibly OP. God, that would be awesome. Unlikely. Pantheon for Shun has been the best Pantheon in the league. Charlene in chat as well. One of the great league content creators on the way up. Awesome human being. Fantastic Alawi player. Just a lovely human being as well. If you're not following Charlie, make sure to follow Charlie. Right, Amber, do you mind giving me a shout out to Charlie for me? Also, probably to my channel. Probably want to shout out my own channel. Shout out Initialise Casts. That's me. Natty Nat, Coach Heat on paying hums. It's pretty damn cool. But yes, there's the Pantheon. Immediate response to the Kaiser for Elk. Elk's Kaiser, for the record, guys, is 2-0 this year. 15 kill game and a 19 kill game. Unbelievable. Already shout you out. Oh, thank you, Amber. Sorry. I was a little distracted, I think. I appreciate you, Amber. Huya. Don't do this, Huya. Not to me. Not to me, Huya. Thank you for the reload. We might have to do a bit of a refresh on the page in a second. It's going to skip forward in a second now, isn't it? Are you really doing this, Huya? You are. Right. Right. 1 second, guys. There we go. Am I going to reload it again? I am. Oh my god, guys. What is this? Hang on. Has that helped? No. It hasn't. I don't know what's going on anymore. Right, we're back. Okay, cool. Took it a second. We're back. Oh, the game's on Billy. Not easily, no, because the clean feed is only on Huya. And we want the clean feed as co-streamers. Gwenban, Nocturne, Wukong. Okay, so Weibo, very good frontline, very good dive right now. Sion, Kaiser, Nico, all very capable of going forwards. BLG, good skirmishing, got the global. I'd be tempted to ban the Talia here as Weibo. Or, yeah, I'd be very tempted to ban the Talia here. Nocturne, Wukong for JJ taken off the board. Levi's already gone, so a lot of those big engage options are down. Jarv and Jace out as well. Rek'Sai instead. Or isn't this just an easy lock of the Talia? I mean, obviously, I know that, like, Kaiser can theoretically punish a little bit as things go on. What's the wildest draft pick you've seen in the LPL this season? Oh, we've seen some weird stuff. We had Jin Pike versus Caitlyn Karma last game was great for last series was great fun. We had the Elise support return. What else? We had Varus top, AP Varus top into Rumble that was absolutely disgusting. AP Varus top was just awful to witness. Yeah, we did. We had 2 games of Varus top, and it absolutely obliterated Rumble. It was a Rumble counter. It mashed it. So yeah, AP Varus top, 1 MVP basically both times, I think, actually, as well. Maybe, actually, no, he didn't win it the second time, but still, like, was in for contention for it. Aatrox locked in. Is theoretically a jungle pick, actually. I remember watching that and getting upset by it working so good. Yeah, don't blame me. The Aatrox jungle. Sion now going to be in that side. We haven't seen as much Aatrox jungle. Was a big thing in the LPL for a while and fell off a little bit. But very good early skirmisher to go with a very heavily skirmish comp. Weibo looking to fight around those mid-game points very, very strongly. Ari to go with the Pantheon. Can deal with some of the dive. Galio might be the global they're looking for to pair with the Pantheon, though. I think it might be the Galio knowing Knight, actually. Okay, so BLG, double globals. A lot of good early skirmishing. Weibo, good skirmishing themselves. We're going to want for Kaiser, for Syndra to come online a little bit. We'll want a lot more people on screen if they can help it to use some of their AoE and burst to good effect. I think if BLG don't use the globals well, they could run into some issues in the mid game where the raw DPS of Weibo in those 5v5s and then those skirmishes could prove very, very difficult. But BLG, with the very good frontline, with the very good pick, with the scary ability to collapse very fast, with the Pantheon and the Galio, particularly towards that bot lane would be my imagination, could get very, very scary, especially if Weibo Gaming early on aren't going to necessarily be able to contest for shove as freely as you'd like. The double range bot, actually, though, may turn that one around, though, so if they can get that lane priority they didn't get last game, that could be very valuable for them nonetheless. Right, guys. Camera's going off. We're going to get ourselves ready for game number 2. If you've not done so already, make sure to subscribe. Otherwise, you're going to get hit with the adverts. Neat gambit, that's true. Do you want to forget game 3? Hell yes, Amber. Thank you very much. Stop that music and get ready for this one. Twitch Turbo is my best investment this year. Honestly, such a nice touch, isn't it? On to the riff we go for what could be our final time today. No! Who are your ads? Oh, the new Galio skin. Fancy Mecha Galio. Straight out of Gundam. Level 1 shove from Weibo, as somewhat expected. Eyes on mid-jungle from BLG, particularly this game. They are going to be obligated to make some aggressive moves. Weibo are going to be ones with that slightly more aggressive early game, because they're the ones I suspect with the early shove. Aatrox also a very aggressive early jungler if he gets the chance. You've got to want to wait for an item or two. Some of those level 6s to come on through before things start turning around. See, that's when that statistical edge is going towards Weibo across those moments early on. Eat headbutt. A little bit of a fight here over the Krugs, actually. Gets things a bit interesting. Wow, well, this is very deep. JJ with the Aatrox trying to be very obnoxious. The headbutt comes out. We'll get invade on this red buff, though. Nice that he gets to be proactive this time. One of the problems we had last game is he wasn't able to do that. Variety of reasons. Zucker and Bin just bonking each other. Good early lane from Bin, who has gone towards the grass. Free scaling into the tank. Makes some sense. Gets his own grass proc back. Don't miss the -1. Oh, he missed it! -1. That's it, Knight. You're done. Mr. Cannon. Elk up a significant amount of CS in this bot lane, though Viper should be able to pick up a majority of this wave coming here. He'll still be down, I imagine, 5 to 10 CS. Reset now coming on forwards for Elk. He's gone towards the Ghost. Has that additional summon spell for more mobility into a fair amount of melee champions looking to CC him. I can see the thought process there. Not like Cleanse is going to save you particularly here. The mobility may well. Between the E, the R, the Ghost, the Flash. A lot of ways to just thread the needle in these team fights. And Elk has been, as we've said, absolutely superlative on the Kai'Sa this year. Been generally speaking a bad time for enemy players when he's been given that champion. GG. Just making that umbral dash across here to go and fight over these Raptors. Is one of the better Raptor takers in the game. It's about to be jumped on, though. Headbutt, pulverized. Galio with the taunt. GG with flash. Maybe he has to burn it. Will not get the chance. Oh, boy. Viper gets that one. Nice. Xiaohu misses the scout of the week. Pulverize. Trample. Errors around. Don't think there'll be much more to be found there. Viper did cancel the back there. We should still be able to get towards this bot lane just about fine. Pick that wave up on the crash. Kai'Sa not being the fastest to do it. In fact, it's kind of holding the wave somewhat. Gets the recurve though. The ooh of Nico Copter continues. Indeed it does. Never to be stopped. Never to be stopped. BLG stands for biblical levels of greed. There's some truth to that. There is some truth to that. They're very rarely satisfied with just one good play. Finn hasn't entered yet today. No, he hasn't. He's been very solid so far. Zucker is down a lot of CS early on here. A little unexpected. Ooh, fight over the dragon. In comes the Galio ult. Not great, actually. Shun with the Aegis Assault. GJ flashed out. Did get that dragon. Does cost him that summoner. They're going to try and retreat towards the bot lane. On. Headbutt after. That's really lovely. Xiaohu goes, oh boy. Didn't enjoy that at all. Tiger turned into a kitty. Domesticated there by Hon. Very, very clutch stuff from On. Flash pole, headbutt towards the team, into the taunt. And the shield vault. Oh. Yeah. We'll have a little bit of a skip forward here in a second, I suspect. Don't worry about it. There you go. Oh, hang on. We did need to worry about it because Shun gave Grand Star falling in error. Just about survives the attempt on his life. Left very low, though. Give Viper and On the chance to shove forwards. Knight looking to spam those first strike options where they can. Sorry, Xiaohu looking to spam those first strike options into Knight where he can. Elk, supercharger for that attack speed. There's the play it back. And actually now Viper's up in gold because he picked up the kill and the assist. Down 10 CS from those early laning moments, but is much happier now. Elk left pretty low. Headbutt pole. Denies a minion or two there. Look for another auto. Good timing there on the turret. Stun in mid lane. Back comes Era in the form of the Syndra. On Alistair, man. Yeah, it's been very good. His Alistair's been very, very on point in the split in general. I've been rather impressed. Chow looks super tired. I haven't seen his player cam yet. I'll have a look when I see him next. Grub picked up by GG, but the other two still there, so should be able to pick those up largely. Slow by the Arc of Judgment. He's in danger. Bloody hell, yeah, that'll do it. Flash away. Just about out of range for follow-up auto. I think Viper was pretty much done with mana anyway. Kun should be able to pick that up just fine. Oh no, just the one Q. Worried there. I've been there and done that a couple times. Scuttle Crab being fought over. That's my goats. Out of the week. On can still make his will unbreakable. Body's a little bit more suspect. Might secure on Shun. There is some Raptors. In comes Kai'Sa. Lands the W. Shun has his Aegis Assault down. They're going to donate the kill to Elk because of course they are. And the Raptors fought over. Nicely done. They are so good about giving Elk kills on this Kai'Sa. That's going to potentially be a full quadrant lost here, by the way. Which will be really rough. And he's going to slide over this wall here. Could look at those Krugs. Decides against it, too risky. Big swing. That removes the gold lead from BLG. been still laning well, but here we go, bot lane. Remember, Ura with no flash. Has got a heal and a dream. Gets the heal. Oh, they can still wrap around here. Oh, Elk's got a ghost and a dream. Flash. Now damage onto Ura. Gralio ult. And they get the kill. Very good. Elk down his summoners. Didn't have the ult after using it onto Shun. Xiaohu will get a plate mid. But now Elk with no flash, no ghost, no ult is not going to be allowed to sit here. Zhe can't face check this. Oh dear. Forced to flash. And that's a wave lost to turret. Very good from BLG to punish. The Elk ended up burning quite a lot there. Not hit there. Takes the Gromp as well. Very good. No ult on Kai'Sa quite yet, so that Void Seeker landing won't lead to any additional problems. A lot of good wards in BLG's red side jungle. Didn't spot the attempted angle from Shun, though, who respawned and just immediately played bot. We've got Dragon up now. Don't think either team really willing to start that up quite yet, especially with the reset coming up from JJ. Mid lane, good chunk. Doesn't lead to too much. Then wax turret a bit. Flash. Oh, nice from on. Big damage on it, not in the backline of it, and they just don't get a chance to use any of the passive there. Viper flashes on out of the Scout of the Week. Elk has to back away. Pop lots of turnaround. Nicely done. Elk gets another. They will get that kill, but it's going to be a little bit dicey as Elk needs to run away from Knight. On. Gets the headbutt, the pulverized. Xiaohu looking for the Scout of the Week, does land it, but there's the will finally made unbreakable. Now Xiaohu's very deep, looking for some damage. He's got a flash. Maybe has to burn it. Taunt comes on through. We'll be able to flash over the wall here, I think, but now Elk coming on up makes this a bit more interesting. He's really trying to hold on to those summoners. Well, well, well. Nicely done from Elk to get involved in the back end of that play. No one gets the dragon. JJ fell. So did Viper, so did Shun. Let's have a look at this again. They blast JJ, who goes forward here, is on. Realizes he's been caught, goes, fine, we'll just punish you. And it's a great initial play from BLG to just blast the jungler. Ura's not allowed to get in. And then it gets a bit interesting, because basically Ura is no longer CC, gets the pop loss of angle, which allows Elk to fly to the other side of the fight. Ura just about survives for a second or two longer, does eventually fall. It does actually mean a 2 for 2 in the end. But Elk forced away by Knight as we'll have a little bit of a stutter there from Ouya. Lots of people watching this game. As occasion then get a little overloaded. We'll get a quick jump forward. BLG back to the dragon. Trying to deny that from Weibo Gaming. Scout of the Week. Here we go. On, goes forward. Headbutt, pull. Galio ult. Should cause a lot of strife to JJ. Knocked up, knocked down. Jungler down. Xiaohu now in danger himself. Ghosting to back away from the largely melee range BLG, but they don't have a jungler, no smite available. And JJ not having a great time here on Weibo Gaming in this series. 0-3 now. Grand Starfall. Xiaohu in danger. Scout of the Week. Gauge still is decent. Good tangle barbs. They will get Shun. Really good Scout of the Week. The Arc of Ruin. Flash on forward. On 3. Into the jump with the Justice Punch. On out of the way of the Pop Blossom. Elk trying to trade back and forwards. Does get a bit of a speed up. Dodges the Arc of Judgment. 1 for 1. Flash heal off Ura. Viper left low. On gets taken out. Elk goes in. And they just spent too long. Knight jumps away. But to where are you going, my friend? Justice Punch away. And Weibo Gaming pick up another few. Xiaohu, I don't think you can walk at this. Xiaohu! The brain fade from this player. He just does this occasionally. He doesn't track where the enemy can be. Face checks Knight. And Knight's got some spell slinger shoes. Gives Knight another kill. Oops. That was a bit far from Shun. Didn't quite respect the upfront burst. And I thought with that taunt from Knight they were able to do it, but basically Viper wasn't allowed to step forward with Ura threatening. They get the dragon, that's all well and good. And this is just a little bit far. Knight's coming, so they clearly think they've got an angle. In they go. Xiaohu, really good scout of the week. Om doesn't land his headbutt pulverized because Xiaohu flashed out. So initially, great from Xiaohu. Allows this turnaround here as Knight goes in. You're looking for more, but Viper's actually not got a lot of HP. So the moment the Pop Blossom lands onto On, or actually does land onto On, but On still ults just in case. But basically, they find the ability to keep chasing here because a lot's been burned. Viper's really late. Void Seeker lands onto Viper. Elk finds the angle to go forward. It's good stuff. Elk at 3 kills. Viper at 3 kills. Elk actually still up now about 20 CS as a result of a lot of these very aggressive moves around turrets and stuff. About 1,200 gold to Weibo Gaming. He was worried about basically getting headbutted out. Okay, well, there was an ult. Knight or Bin just... Oh, did he just take turret aggro and die? Bin? Oh, Bin! That's one auto of taking the turret. That's unfortunate. Bin's done that a couple of times this year. Miscalced how easily he'll kill a turret. Well, there's the Bin in. Still, a lot of summoners now. Up and available on both sides. Elk forced to flash out. Uh-oh. JJ's now in the pit. I don't know whether he actually wants to be there. Taunt forwards. JJ has to jump away. Trying to jump onto Knight, who's still very damn tanky. Will now fall. They do get that kill, but the Herald falls as well. So kill for Herald as it stands. Looking to go mid lane and try and clear that one out. Viper left a little bit low. Should be able to clear out this wave and does so. Knight shut down. Who actually picked up that kill? Xiaohu, I think. Yes, it was Xiaohu. Important, that. I really need to be involved to prevent Aatrox being blown up immediately. Yeah, it's like basically this Aatrox is not being given any room to actually survive because he's actually not able to get through any of his rotations, right? Little hump forward from Huya. It's being a bit funny today. There's so much melee range CC. He's finding it very difficult there. There's that skip forwards afterwards. Very close game in a lot of ways. The Weibo are the ones with the gold lead right now. Basically, Xiao got a massive shutdown on Knight. Elk's been donated a lot of gold from the plays. It's been a very close fought game. Dragon starter would be second for Weibo. Do BLG want to contest this? They might actually. Can get in there, won't quite be there in time. Will force an awkward retreat path from Weibo. Looking for the Tangle Barbs, can't quite find it. Out comes the Heralds. Should get the charge, does. Nice, couple extra plates there for BLG. Gun. Just off vision, they don't know he's there. Might think about Force of Willing, don't find it. 3 people here in the river. Knight roaming up, can look to Hero's entrance if required. Now looking to come defend this turret. Weibo Gaming still have no turrets. BLG managed to get that top one. Then eventually comes back to the scene of his crime. Cures that just fine. Warrior rush. Good cleanup of the wave. Bride Breaker done for Bim. Now I've got a couple friends in chat. Harold out there. Really rate Stride Breaker on Zyhem because you're Base move speed's not fantastic. Any way to create a move speed differential in your favor feels really good. Looking potentially to jump on bin tops. I'm not sure how simple that would be. Baron just spawns with a grim little call. Knight punches a ward a few times. Overcomes on. Quite deep behind here. Shun needs to be a bit afraid as well, actually. Jumps onto Elk. Remember, he doesn't have the cleansing. Comes to the hero's entrance. Elk jumps away. On still waiting. Gets the headbutt into the wall. Not quite over it, though. Elk not involved in the players. On low, but not down. In goes Bin. He's fed up with the home guards. Elk goes down. They bring down the Kaiser. Damage onto Viper, though. Who's 1v1 with JJ? Not having a great time of it. Shao, who's dead. As Viper gets that kill. Then Bin is forcing JJ to run away. Zucker. He's got a shield, but that Soul Furnace, unfortunately, might be self-immolating. Shield vault in. The Arc of Judgment, the headbutt, the pulverize on. Goes a little deep there. They don't quite have the damage they thought they did. Arcing Blade comes on forwards. Zahen versus Aatrox in some capacity this game as well. There's a lore matchup. Bot lane turret will likely fall. Ben gets that one. Solid play from BLG. Ghost off of Elk. Viper does burn both summoners there, though. That could end up being a bit problematic. On Hex gates over and just goes, yeah, I don't know whether you actually want this. And then Shun's just going to flash, send it at Elk. Into the hero's entrance. Get the heal, the ghost, the ult. On times his pulverize beautifully. Headbutt into the wall. Elk's not having a great time. Shao, who also had the ghost away. The Pop Blossom denies Knight's entrance a little bit. But Ben still finds a way to Grim Deliverance over the wall after TP. Into the picture-in-picture we go, though, as that is a Scion being jumped on by the mid-jungle of BLG. They do pick up Zucker. Mid lane turret will fall as a result of that, and it's just the extended play where they try to jump on a Zucker, and it takes a bit longer than they were anticipating. They do kill him there, however, nonetheless. Dragon, 50 seconds. Would be sole point for Weibo Gaming if they do manage to get a hold of it. Not sure how simple that will be. Ha! Shun with the Comet Spit. Nabs away the Raptor camp. Shun and Knight around this top lane turret. Smite fight over the Krugs. BLG with a slight discrepancy to the win rate here. It's been a very even-looking game. Weibo actually now in a fairly good spot. Is that Zucker in terms of... That's Zeka. Warring Tonjik. Yeah, Zeka with an E in the domain is the mid laner for DRX and is a world champion. Zucker is an LPL top laner who had a good run at Worlds on LNG back in the day with Scout and Tarzan. So very similar names. The jokes have been made many times before, but no, they are not the same player, not the same role either. Dragon up. Do BLG want to contest this? Knight's going to reset, gets interrupted. The Galio not here could be a bit interesting. I think they're just going to give this up, you know. Not quite at a point of pounds go, you know what, we'll fight for soul itself. This isn't worth it. Interesting. How many Vipers are there? There's quite a few, to be fair. It's a good name. I know at least 2. BLG Micro is a bit putrid sometimes. Yeah, Sometimes they greed for bigger plays than they should. And again, I've not been super impressed with their objective setup. Their aggressive moves between objectives I've quite liked. They've been quite good at forcing summoners, which makes their objective fights easier. But I think if it's a straight objective fight, I've not been super sold on them this year. Makes zero sense to make the game hard finding for Soul. I have some reservations myself. But hey, here we are. The decision has been made. I think the fact is they didn't set up for objective in time. So they went, look, actually fighting this would be a disaster. There is then a wider question about, well, okay, why didn't you set up the objective? Knight was a little bit delayed, I think, coming out of that top lane. Maybe they want to get toward the third item on some carries. I mean, Viper now has that third item, which is quite important. They're just about dodged away with the rocket belt. JJ dodges over the wall. Having a better time of it now after a really rough start. The Shojin's helping. Crit Bloom just got done for Xiaohu, so a lot of ability haste now with the Cosmic Drive and the Crit Bloom alongside that Blackfire Torch and the boots. Very able to cycle through those abilities on repeat. Been a very nice build on the Syndra for a while now. Bin is an additional problem though, isn't he? The Zahen is having a great time this game. In the war of attrition, very few things beat a Zahen with passive available. I think Ryze and Orianna are going to be a lot more punishable without Phase Rush, I agree. I don't know whether their Prio will drop. I think they're just too good as champions. And pro players are slow to adapt. But I do think they'll be less impressive. It'll be much nicer for things like Azir. So we're going to see probably more Azir again. Not that we haven't been already. Two minutes till Soul. Good wards from Weibo. Spotted Viper coming across there. They're jumping on Shun. I don't know about this, JJ. What? Oh, the double Arc of Ruin forces a bit of an awkward then from Xiaohu and Elk. You've just lost your jungler. Looking for a pick that was very ill-advised. That was very, very poor. And that moment of madness from JJ may cost them the Baron. TP in from Bin, but he's bloody tanky. Down a half. There is no smite. Needs to find a good Pot Blossom. Zucker heading on in. Body blocked well by Bin. Knight on a flank angle, looking to threaten people like who are going to have to back away here. On. Got the ult into the pit. We go with the Grim Deliverance. Baron taken by Shun. Pot Blossom. Here we go. But there's a Galio Heroes entrance. By so much time. They do bring down Viper, but they lose the Nico for it. Zucker knocked up, not down. He's still bloody tanky. Shield bolt in. Double pulverized. Elk finally flies in. He held his keeper's verdict so damn long. Interrupt on his jump forwards. The taunt, though, flashed away from. Elk still autoing. Does go down to Shun. Zucker should get the kill. But the Sundered Sky. The shield bolt. Xiaohu's out of mana. But needs to run away from the zombie. Overcomes Xie. Base move speed from Pantheon is too ridiculous. Xie trading out. Golden goes Knight. Justice Punch interrupted. Comet Spear is wide. Flash away from Xiaohu. Taunt. The Infernal Change. Knight speeds away. What on earth was that by Elk? Got saved so many times there by the body blocks interrupting. Stuff as Xiao came on in. The Aegis Assault. Well timed. They do get the kill. Additional pick-off. 20 seconds until Soul Point. You just lost your mid laner. That was a close run thing. In a 4v5, Weibo Gaming made him sweat for it. But that is now every summoner you can care to see on BLG. Hang on. No, Knight. We're going to get a skip forward here. No idea what's happening. On's gone to the back line. The Arc of Ruin. They've blown up another. JJ is dead. On needs to run away. In comes the train. They do kill off On. But the jungler is so much more valuable. Your smite is off the table again. Dragon being started. They are on vision. I just don't know how easy it'll be to come in and fight this. Elk has held his nerve so well in so many of these fights. Been a proper menace on this Kai'Sa. Some phenomenal body blocks to stop people getting on top of Elk in that fight as well. Not just him doing it, but even so. It never had to be in this position if JJ hadn't just hopped the wall for no unknown reason. Here's a look at this Baron play again. So Knight's on the flank angle, trying to ward off things like the Nico engage. Finn threatening Xiaohu. Eats a lot of damage and will ult into the pit. Avoids the Scout of the Weak, buffs his way through it just fine. Baron is secured. And then Viper gets jumped on. That's the go button. Xiaohu comes over. Has no mana at this point. Xiaohu's playing this fight largely with no mana. Gets a little bit of regen there off the kill. Zucker's also bloody tanky. They go jumping on in. The Elk comes into the backline. And the Justice Punch interrupted by Zucker being just behind. The taunt flashed away from by Elk. Man, that was close. He does eventually fall. And then Shun jumps forward, prevents Xiaohu getting the DPS down. And he gets to sprint away from the zombie. Incredibly fine margins there. But it is BLG that are largely in charge at this point. Congratulations to Weibo Gaming on hitting their 6,000th kill. I'm sure they'd like to celebrate with a game win as well. Four items for Elk plus the QSS. Just a little bit more ability to maneuver your way through the fight. Spin. Backs away. He's got a Death Dance now as well. He's going to be a bit of a problem. And, you know, he's only 1, 2, and 1. Again, I think the space he can buy could be quite scary. Zaka, I think, is going to struggle to be tanky post a certain point here. Viper now with the LDR, feeling a bit better about it. Black Cleaver's done for Pantheon. Use a little bit of Armor Shred somewhere on the Zahen. And obviously he does a lot of percentage P and all that kind of stuff. Does Zahen really need pen items? I don't actually know what his build is post a certain point. Is he a Black Cleaver enjoyer? Turret falls. Alright. Gets jumped on. Shun though. Get pulled back here into the Decimating Smash. He's got a GA. It's broken. Now Era can pop around, turn around as in goes on. Galio ult! It's all a ruse! And the Nico is dead, as is Xie. Ducker needs to run away. Shun's GA ends up being a worthy trade, I feel. Pen from the R probably doesn't need it. Yeah, that's fair. Well, lost your jungler, lost your support. Your engage options now limited. Base being broken. BLG on the verge of going to 6-3. It's one of those many teams that were for a while tied at 4 wins with everyone else. This group looked like it was a done deal multiple times, and then whoever was in the lead ended up running into some errors, some issues. BLG had a middle of the split stumble. Seemed to be on an upwards trajectory, at least today. This game has been hard fought. It has. Weibo have not gone quietly in this game, number 2. A death cap just picked up by Xiaohu. I'll have a little skip forward shortly from Huya. Don't worry too much about that, guys, I promise. Nearly at a GA for GA. That'll be nice. I think it'll be the GA with the... yes, it is going to be that with the BF sword and inventory. Weibo with a few inexplicable face checks from Xiaohu and JJ, actually. JJ in particular has really cost them more than they would have liked. 1 and 6 in this game. The Aatrox just has not worked. Knight's got a death cap. Zonya's a Rift Maker. For all he's not full tank, he's going to be a nightmare to bring low and does a lot of damage. The Baron we go. Knight split pushing away. He's got a teleport. Is he going to be asked to burn it? Finn goes over the wall. Blastcone's one out. JJ can make his way in. They'll take the TP angle. JJ with the GA is eating a lot of Baron damage here. Headbutt onto Zucker on not the best target there, mate. Dies. He's eviscerated. Burn the ult, but to little avail. No ults burned to kill him, actually, either. Really? That might cost you soul. On, how did you get caught there? He'd been having a pretty good game on the Alistair. That's a very unfortunate moment. Knight behind. Gets Pop Blossom, but dodges it. That could be a problem. In we go, Grand Starfall looking to get in. The Aegis Sizzle is good. Elk in danger. Jumped on. Viper blows up Xiaohu. They're not in the bit. JJ down to his GA. All the while, Knight is a problem. Grim Deliverance forces Elk away. He's not doing any damage. The Captain Rain is not pouring. The weather looks very sunny indeed for BLG. Dragon still going on down, and Viper blows up the jungler. Nymaera getting a kill on Aatrox. That feels appropriate somehow. And the 4v5 BLG winning out. 35 kills in 35 minutes. It's been one of those games. Elk in danger. Flash. Shield of Durand and some Winds of War. And Elk is blown away. Zuck is trapped here. On's just keeping him here. He's not allowed to defend the base. Your Scion's not here. And the Nexus turret's under siege, and Weibo Gaming will be ruining themselves for this game. It was so playable. It might still be playable. The Nexus under siege. 30 seconds on Kai'Sa. Still no Scion. But with Bin at level 20, a GA to his name, the Nexus falls under the concentrated might of Billy Gaming, who make it the 2-0. Competitive as you may like. Hello, folks. Initialise here. Been streaming for you today as Nymaera's taking the day off. Pleasure to be here. For those who have not, consider subscribing. For those who have not, consider donating to the Ko-fi. For those who have not, as you can see by this little widget down here, we have now got Opera GX as a new sponsor. Very cool to have them on board. And if you want to help us out, then consider clicking on the Opera GX link in chat. All it will cost you is a moment of your time. For those of you who do, create an account, download Opera GX, which is a few minutes work, if that. You help me and Alex out quite a lot. To run some ads while I'm at it as well. If you want to avoid those ads, then you know what to do. Hey, thank you, Orca, for the gift sub. Oh, boy. Thank you all for coming on in here, looking after us. Here's that Ko-fi link for you guys over on Onivia's chat. Right, let's hang around and see those MVPs. And the rest of it, we'll have some interviews as yet as well. If you haven't followed me yet, actually do that. I'm pretty great. I'm pretty great. Do make sure you're hitting those follow buttons as well if you've not done that. Always appreciated. And BLG with a good game 2 win there. It was 4 over hard. Entirely flawless as we saw. One of those extended plays where Elk would re-engage a little later on in the Kai'Sa was very, very scary. But they do manage it. They do get the win against their former AD carry. And do so with a certain amount of style. What's the other way to do a shout-out, Amber? Something's going up. Is it like exclamation mark shout-out or something? Or slash shout-out? Slash, that one. Yeah. That command. Yes. Makes sense. That's how I've done it. That makes a lot of sense. That's the inbuilt Twitch one. That would make sense. I think this is like a bot command one, which you can set up. Turn that off so you can see what's going on, guys. There you go. Hey, new Opera GX user. Love to see it, love to see it, love to see it. That's convenient. Well, it was a fun game too, guys. I enjoyed that a lot. Another one for Opera GX. There you go. It's all coming together. 2 new users. I'll take those sign-ups. Thank you very much, chat. Well, see you tomorrow. No worries, Stoicon. We'll see you then. It'll be me again, I believe. Don't know whether Alex will join me or not. But I at least will be here in some capacity. Wait for the MVP. And some of that, and see where we'll go from that. I'll probably raid out of that, as I'd say. I'm just the edge of the headache coming on in. Reminder, download out the social banner. Thank you very much on that one. Yes, you're right. Wanted to do that for tomorrow. Correct. Oh, nice Heroes entrance. I think probably ends up being either On or Knight as MVP of this game. I suspect it'll be Knight for this one. Oh, went looking. Only really got Zucker there. Was looking for more. Ends up dying for it. A little late on the ult press. He's got blasted. Great dodge from Knight, and that meant the Pop Blossom was wide. Without the Pop Blossom, life got a lot harder in this play. That Void Seeker actually hit the dragon, by the way. There was a world where that's got stolen. Oh, so you got MVP.
好的，欢迎来到我们的赛后采访环节，我是主持人小玉。恭喜 BLG 赢下了本场比赛的胜利。在随后，我们也请到了欧恩选手，先打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 BLG 的辅助圈。
好的，再一次恭喜你们2比0拿下了在面对上微博的时候2次的胜利。跟他们队伍其实也有很多的羁绊，有很多的老朋友嘛。那其实，在面对上他们的时候，是不是有一些风格上面的克制，或者说一些制胜关键点呢？
就是没有吧。我觉得就我们在当天的状态很好，所以才拿下了他们。
刚刚也提到了状态的这个问题。虽然之前在接受采访的时候，欧恩可能说到，就是有一些问题还亟待解决，但是最近2场看来，赛场表现是有在回升的。可以跟我们分享一下，现在整体复苏到了一个什么程度吗？
其实我说的问题就是我们在资源团的时候的提前落位，还有打团的操作，这2把我感觉打得还不错。
今天的表现确实是非常不错的。最近在努力练习的巴德也在赛场上面得到了回馈，拿下了第1局的 MVP 嘛。在下路的2波奇妙之旅都完成了击杀，第2波还是比较有意思的，是在玩一个反星旅吗
？Anything interesting for the interview, guys?
的话，我自己是不太自信的英雄，但是很感谢 Viper 选手那个相信我玩这个英雄，然后那个。其实，就是游戏内奇思妙想了一下。
我看到很多粉丝们，其实，在微博上也在夸你说，圈玩得好。今天，那其实这一局能够赢下来，非常关键的应该就是下路的那一波嘛。其实3v3以为拉开的一个情况下，等待到 Knight 重新回到战场，完成了一波1换5，那一波的 timing 是怎么去抓的呢
？K 皇指挥的好。
那个 K 王确实回到战场的时候所向披靡了。那每一次看到欧恩的这个牛头的时候，我都感觉神出鬼没的。就你出现的位置可能是绕后，也有可能是看到人在脸上你就开上去了，都让人有点意想不到。所以对于这个英雄，你有什么心得吗？
牛头相比于泰坦的话，他在
Viper is pretty multilingual, yes.
就是作为辅助的作用没有泰坦大嘛，但他绕后的话就比泰坦强很多。所以说玩牛头的话，打团尽量就是朝着绕后开对面双 C 为主。
哎，说到了要去一些比较奇妙的地方，那一波你直接做传送门到对面的蓝 buff 区，以为是对面5个人把你包围了，但是后续团战还是打赢了，一切都在你的计算当中吗？
就是抓住了对面 AD 没闪的时候，开启了团战。
今天的这2局啊，其实有一个部分做得非常的好，因为对面微博也是很能操作、很能打逆风翻盘的那种队伍嘛。那在这样子的一个情况下，你们在一些极限团战的操作当中是怎么去做沟通和协同的呢？
看选手的临场判断吧。
今天的整体都打得非常的好啊，但是我们的各位 BLG 的粉丝们开玩笑说，伦波罗哥的比赛还是太好看了，不看到最后1秒推到水晶的时候都不敢笑出声。所以有没有什么跟我们粉丝们说的呢？
我们局内运营的话，其实还是中野辅3个人来做的，就是我们上下其实跟我们中野辅的那个还是息息相关的。我们中野辅状态不好的话，可能就会那样了。所以说，我们中野辅一定要加油，然后在局内做好更好的判断。
希望5位之后会有更好的一个表现。再次感谢欧恩来到我们赛后采访的环节。接下来让我们把时间交还给解说席。
Always good to hear from On. Reticent though he can sometimes be. Reserved fella. See who got MVP. My assumption here will be On for the series. Knight potentially for this game. He is known for being painfully shy. I can see that. Well, see you tomorrow. Of course, Caravan, appreciate you. See you tomorrow. We'll make sure to raid people over after seeing the MVP. For those who want to see it, we'll be hanging around just a second or two. Knight for player of the game. Completely understandable. Yeah, he was real good. Knight MVP is super valid. Yeah. Do we get a player of the match as well, or is it just Knight? 200 damage per gold. Yes. That's super fair. 1 for support from the observers. Also reasonable. We get player of the match as well. Good. I had a moment. I was like, am I doubting myself? I kind of am. Ba-dum, ba-dum, bam, ba-dum. And it is going to be On as the player of the match, which makes sense because he had the interview. Good for him. All right, folks. Let me turn this back on. Say goodbye properly. Let's send a raid over. Back tomorrow at 9 a.m. UK time, 10 a.m. CET for more LPL action. Until then, have a wonderful rest of your time. I'll send you guys over to Dums. Enjoy your time there. And you guys look after Dums for me. King of the Deer. Meme to him about Lilia will yit for me. Until then, guys, have a wonderful rest of your day. I will end the stream here. Bye-bye for now.